Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Dungeons and Empires. Glad to have you with me. And right now, I have Minny with me. Say hi, Minny.
Heyo.
And Tekkit is on the way. However, he is not here as of yet. Ryan, unfortunately, cannot make it, so I'm going to be filling in for the place of Uli tonight. But we're gonna do our best here, see how it goes. It may work out, may not. Who knows? That's the story of this campaign. But yeah, I felt like there was something I was going to lead that up with. Last time, we left on a bit of like a tense situation, I suppose you could call it.
It was a bit of an angry note for sure.
So we're trying to give Tekkit a minute here so he can hopefully get back in time for us to actually do this thing, because I don't want to start it without Tekkit. It is a big moment involving all three of the characters, but mainly Mara and Victorin. So I am going to take a second here and just start the Spotify music. Someone in chat let me know if that's too loud or anything. Because I did go back and watch the VOD of last time, and it was very hard to hear the music in a lot of points. I went back and I skimmed through the VOD. I shouldn't say I watched it all. I was just mentioning to Minnie how I should go back through the entire series and like recompile my DM notes, because there's just a lot of stuff that I've missed or forgotten and just have not put down in my notes because it was off the cuff stuff that I just cannot remember. But I haven't done it because I'm a lazy bastard.
I still maintain the fact that it's a lot of stuff and would take forever.
It's a lot of stuff, but I've watched more time-consuming content than 4-hour videos.
Well, do you remember that one shot we did on the UE channel?
Yep.
Like, that was a 6-hour stream, and I watched it like 8 times just to get all the notes I felt I needed, because I thought we were gonna end up continuing.
That one's always a strange one.
Yeah.
Because
I definitely understand why we didn't.
it should be continued. However, I no longer have that content. I don't think on my computer. I can actually look here and see if I do.
No, I totally understand why it didn't end up going on, but like at the time I was like, oh, if we're gonna continue, I should totally get these notes.
Yeah, I don't have. I've got the character sheets for everyone who was in there. But I do not, for some reason, have the actual campaign itself. And 2, it's just, I don't know. I felt like
it's been a while.
It has been a while. But just something about it, I don't know. I felt like I hit a wall. And I said this about a campaign that I was running in person as well, which was sort of set in a homebrew setting, in like a homebrew area of Faerun. And I said it about this too. It's just like I sort of hit a wall. I didn't really know where I wanted to go with it anymore.
That's fair.
I didn't know what I was doing for the most part. I still don't know what I'm doing. But I've got more of a general sense of direction. And that's why I like running modules, because homebrew stuff, every step is up to you.
Right.
But modules, you've got some sort of roadmap to follow, and you can deviate, you can go to the rest stops and the attractions on the side of the road and all that stuff. But you generally know where you're going and how you're going to get there, just from the start. And I don't have the planning or wherewithal to set all that in motion, let alone the time or brain power to write it all down.
Right.
For those of you out there who have never been a DM or never even played D&D, DMing is a very long and time-consuming process, and it is making a very well thought out and capable plan that immediately gets thrown in the trash. Because your players just will not do it. And that's true of any campaign, really. It sounds like a negative thing, like you bashing players, but it's really not. It's just how things work. That's what happens when you have a game with so much freedom as D&D. It's just everything sort of goes off the rails at some point because the rails just can't encompass everything. Yeah, I don't actually know how much longer we can pad for time here, though. That's a bit of a problem in and of itself. I'm really hoping that Tekkit gets into the call soon, because yeah, I really don't want to start the session without him. He is kind of key to it. And he did say he had something somewhat prepared.
See, at this point, I'm just trying to get into the right headspace without going, like, super overboard with it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... I'm just sitting here wondering how many fucking semis are going to drive past my house. Because this is ridiculous. It's been like 4 in the past 5 minutes.
That's rough. I have to have my window open, though, right now, too, because it gets way too hot in my room again.
Oh, that's why I've got the door open in the next room, because the next room actually has AC, and mine doesn't, because it's got 7 windows. Putting an AC in that room just wouldn't be feasible. It would just be dumping electricity out into the air.
Got you. So I'd open my bedroom door, but my nephew is here, so I don't want to end up waking him up and stuff. So
That's fair too.
That kind of sucks.
Also, for any of you who are on Twitch right now, if you look, you'll actually see we have a new little thing on it. A D&D Beyond integration, where you will be able to see the current status of all the players.
I actually did just see that. I didn't know that was a thing until now.
I was going to set up the stream earlier. Like, I was making the name and all that stuff. And then it prompted me to add the D&D Beyond extension, and like, you know what? I'll do that. Let's do that. That sounds good. It's not really very informative outside of combat, but
right. It's something.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. And people get to see the art people got for their characters, namely you and Tekkit, because Ryan's is just a stock thing.
I mean, mine I just found online as well.
Still not stock. I was legitimately wondering whether you had art commissioned or something along the lines.
I was talking to Targe Bunny about it at one point, and she was saying that she'd be willing to do it, but like she's got a whole bunch of other stuff going on, so I was like, I'm not gonna worry about it. But it would be neat. Oh, hey Marie, what's up?
Hey Adipose, welcome to the stream. Yeah, don't mind the bot there. That's just
They've been kind of annoying lately.
Yeah, I've seen bots in a couple of different places. I'm not quite sure how to delete the message from here. So it's kind of just gotta stay there, I guess.
There was one time Botch was streaming, and there was apparently like 40 bots just constantly spamming him, so they had to actually stop the stream so that they could deal with them all.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was kind of intense. I wasn't there at the time, but they told me about it later. I'm like, that sounds awful.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like something. That's for sure.
Like they were sitting there going like, you should have been there. It was crazy. And I'm like, I think my brain would have exploded, honestly.
I mean, my brain would explode if it's just like, whoa, 40 viewers. Oh my god. Oh, they're all bots. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Cool. That tracks.
I don't think he's had them since, thankfully, though.
That's good.
Yeah.
Just as it's coming to mind, as we're still trying to pad for time for Tekkit, I'm sorry to all of you who are actually coming here for D&D content. We will start as soon as we're able. But to any of you who actually watch the gaming streams and all that, there will be a quote-unquote missing Borderlands stream with Havoc. We did do one yesterday. Yeah, yesterday night. Last night. I guess I should just say that, last night. Where we actually finished Borderlands 1 because I didn't realize the campaign was so short in Borderlands 1. But we didn't start until like 10:45 at night, so I just didn't bother streaming it. But if any of you are interested in that series, go ahead and check out Havoc's channel, Havoc the Sea. He's on YouTube, not so much on Twitch. And he actually uploads pretty regular videos of all his different series. And he's actually uploading his perspective on the Borderlands playthrough. I think he's still in the parts where we had Jin and Ben with us. But at some point, he is going to get to the missing parts. And hopefully the next time we do a Borderlands stream, I will be streaming it. Which, I guess it wouldn't be a Borderlands stream if I'm not streaming. It would just be a Borderlands session.
Mm-hmm.
I can't word today, which is bad. I'm the DM. I need to word. Will you shut up, people?
I feel like I don't watch those enough, honestly.
Oh, what, the Borderlands sessions?
Because like I do tune in every now and then, and I end up having a good time, but like I tend to get like distracted or something throughout, and I don't end up sitting through the whole thing, which is unfortunate. Actually.
I always see my content in the same light as I saw, like, not to give myself a big ego or anything, like I saw Cryotic's content, if you know who that is. He used to play a lot with PewDiePie.
Okay, that's why I don't know him.
And he's done a lot of collaborative work. And every time I watched his channel and I would see his collab stuff, we are waiting for Tekkit to get here. I actually don't want to start this session without him because this is very centered around Victoria and Mara. Very sorry for the wait on it, but it kind of can't be helped at the moment. Tekkit is just trying to get home at the moment. And we actually don't have Ryan here today, as you can probably tell by his token not being on the screen. Yeah, I always saw my content a lot like Cries in the way that the collaborative stuff is a lot more interesting and fun to watch, and the solo stuff is less so. I have my moments, but a lot of times I do solo stuff and it's like, okay, well that was the thing. Just sort of tossing it in the bin.
I enjoy your solo stuff a lot, though. Like I've been really enjoying Last Recode.
I appreciate it.
It's been a good time.
But like personally, I always like the collaborative stuff better.
I feel that
because it's better dynamic. It helps to fill all the time. I'm getting better about just talking to a microphone and just that being what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always better to have someone talk back.
I definitely feel that. I've kind of gotten used to that myself, honestly, and I feel like when I go back to doing regular videos, I'm always like slightly awkward now, I feel like. I don't know.
That's fair.
or even when I do like streams on my own or something, it's always like, dang it, I'm so used to having people around now.
Yeah, going from the solo stuff to the collaborative stuff is a bit of whiplash.
It's like
Rather going from
back and
collab to
forth,
solo.
like
What's
it's
that?
like you're going back and forth, and it's like it's a
Yeah.
little bit hard to stay used to both.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's the fact that I like making the collab stuff more, and I like
Mhm.
watching the collab stuff more.
That's fair.
I always talk to myself when doing a stream. Sometimes I talk as if someone's actually watching, even if there is nobody. I do that too, and that's actually a very good tip for any streamer. Like, no matter how big or small you are, is just talk as if someone's watching.
Yeah,
Because
because you never
frankly,
know.
A, you never know, and B, I mean, you got VODs. People could watch the VODs, even if they're not there when it is live. Yeah, I definitely try to do that too, and that's why I'm sort of getting better with talking at a mic, as I say.
Hmm.
But it's just, it is always better to, have someone talk back. That's just an inalienable thing.
See, I always feel like I have to like strike a bit of a balance because I'm like, I've been told many times that like by several people that I either talk too much or too little. So I'm like always trying to find that middle ground, and I feel like I always end up going a little overboard in the not talking enough direction. But then I don't know, it's kind of a thing.
Good luck with your streams, though, I suppose. You just started, and you got a road ahead of you. I've got a road ahead of me. We all got roads ahead of us. But
She's
good
been
luck
doing
to you.
pretty well actually.
Oh, I might
The
have to
The
tune
Fall
in at
Guys
some point.
streams are fun.
But yeah, Minny, I absolutely disagree with both of those statements. I said this before, back when, like way back when in Unknown Empire, when your channel actually came up in admin, and we were just like, here's a video from the person. And it was like,
Mhm.
I like her presence in the video. She keeps the flow going. Like she keeps talking and she keeps filling the dead space, and I appreciate that because a lot of people especially smaller channels, will put way too much dead air. And I always hate that. And I hate doing it myself. That's why I try and push myself to talk more. And that's why I kind of hate the lulls that happen in the solo streams, because like I feel like I press myself to keep the flow going, to keep on talking about something.
See, I feel like I've been having a little bit of trouble with that lately, though. Honestly,
I mean,
like
at some
especially
point,
when
you run out of things to talk about so much, especially nowadays with everything going on, and a lot of people being cooped up in their houses. You start to run out of things to talk about. But at the same time, you can still just sort of find things to pick up the dead air too.
That's fair. I've always kind of had a problem with that in a group setting, though. It's kind of always been a thing for me.
Yeah, I guess you're sort of the antithesis. Like I feel like I put too much dead air when I'm soloing, but I sort of come alive in a group. Like, as long as it's a small group. Like, if it's, 4 or 5 people, sure. Whereas you seem to thrive a lot when you're soloing, or you've got like maybe 1 or 2 people. But in a decently sized group, you tend to like close yourself in a bit.
Me and crowds don't typically get along.
Hey, that's perfectly fine too. Like I know you got your reasons.
Like I can deal with like a group like what we've got going on for this and stuff like that, but like when it gets bigger is when I'm like, I don't know.
And that's one of the things about coming back to Dungeons and Dragons, because we shouldn't have gotten off of it, huh? Coming back to
My
that.
bad.
No, it's fine. I derailed it. Hey, Tekkit, you're here.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hey. I was about to say, just like, there are certain pitfalls to just having too big a D&D group anyway. Because
I feel
you need
that.
to give everyone sort of an equal amount of time, and either it results in everyone getting very little time, or people getting a decent amount of time and then having to wait quite a while before coming back to them.
That's a lot to keep
Right.
track of too.
Whereas I feel like 3 or 4 players is good for a relatively fresh DM. But Tekkit, now that you're here, why don't we go ahead and recap last time? You all good, mate?
I'm good.
Just want to make sure. So, apologies for the wait, everyone. We now return to your regularly scheduled Dungeons and Empires. So, last time, I'm trying to remember where it started. I believe it started with you lot getting out of the Xanathar Guild hideout,
That sounds
returning
about
to
right.
the surface, and then returning to Volo with Bloom Blackmar in tow, thanking you profusely. Volo admitted while he didn't have the coin to pay you, he did have something of greater value. A property, a manor in Trollskull Alley. After a bit of shenanigans, a bit of shopping, you went to the magistrate's office, got it all signed over into all of your names. You checked out the place beforehand and freaked out a little when you realized there's a ghost, a poltergeist specifically, living within the manor. After bringing Uli, after having the papers signed, and with a bit of trial and error, you find the poltergeist seems pleased with the idea of you renovating the place and bringing it back to a former glory. So you begin to set about doing that. With Uli cleaning downstairs and Mara dragging Victorian, a little bit kicking and screaming because he is very afraid of the ghosts, upstairs, as Victorian proceeds to charm Mara to get her to let go of him. He succeeds, she is successfully charmed, and he goes out to make his own progress, let's say. The two, Mara and Uli, continue to renovate Trollskull in the best that they can, given they didn't have a whole lot of supplies for that kind of work. While Victorian got himself a little bit of distance, had some supplies sent to Trollskull Manor to help with the restoration project. After a while, the charm faded. Mara, visibly angry, and Uli sort of swept up into him, but also quite miffed, let's say, begin to look for Victorian, who eludes them throughout the town until he returns to the manor to assist. Whereupon Mara and Uli give him the biggest jump scare of his life and pin him to the ground, with Mara saying, "I know what you did." That is where we ended the session, and that is where we will pick up. So, Victorian, I believe you are on the ground
Mm-hmm.
That I am.
with Mara over you, and Uli sort of climbing in through the window. Take it away, you two.
Myra, could you let me explain? Just get off me so I can breathe a little bit.
You gonna explain why you messed with me?
Uli starts to walk toward you two, but as he hears about letting him up, he sort of steps back toward the window, sort of stands in front of it with arms crossed. Let's hear this explanation then. Like to hear how you ran off?
Fine. So at that point, I let him go, and I would just stare at him, cross my arms, like, let's hear it.
Thank you. He takes a big breath just to kind of regain his airflow.
Regain his composure.
Yep. You have to understand, I didn't have a choice. I don't know how long. Do I know how long they were dragging me around for? I'm assuming a few hours at that point.
It wasn't a few hours. It
wasn't
was
super
probably about. They had brought you to. No, that is true. It was a little long.
I mean, I don't know how far
Uli
away
had
the
picked you up at the magistrate's
courthouse
office,
or whatever. Yeah.
kept you on his shoulder, through the singing, going to Trollskull Manor, and then they sort of kept you under heavy watch throughout Trollskull Manor. Thanks for the follow, Firestorm. Until you had charmed Mara, so I would say it's probably about 45 minutes, a little less than an hour.
Listen, you guys held me. 1 sec. Sorry, I have to go for a second. I'm sorry, guys.
Well,
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Someone needed the car keys.
appreciate the kind words, Firestorm.
Listen, you guys were holding me.
Stop by.
We good?
I just wanted to say that.
Listen, you guys were holding me captive against my will for the good part of an hour. What was I supposed to do? You guys are sitting here cleaning, doing all the work, and I have nothing to do besides get dragged around.
Last time you were here, I heard. You did everything you could to get away from this place. You were staring at it like it was going to go for your throat. We had to make sure you wouldn't run off on us. This place is your responsibility, too.
Exactly, this place is my responsibility. So I brought back cleaning supplies. I brought back furniture. I told Mara exactly what I was going to do, and I did it. And she cannot say I didn't.
Yeah, after you fucking charmed me.
Would you have let me go?
If you gave me some sort of indication that you weren't just gonna run away, I was dragging you up there so you could search the top floors with me.
It wasn't going to be much searching. It was going to be you dragging me around by the collar. Because you literally dragged me up and down the stairs twice.
You did do that.
It was a good time.
It was not. It hurt.
Still a good time. I mean, either way.
So tell me I had another choice, because I had no reason to believe you guys would actually believe me.
I mean, you were basically.
And you
sitting
know what,
freaking out
Moira?
the whole
You know
time,
what that
so-
spell does? That spell makes you act as my friend. And the fact of the matter is, if you were helping me as a friend, you would have never picked me up. You would have continued to drag me around. So it really makes me wonder how you two actually feel about me.
I mean, I thought it was pretty clear that we all kind of hated each other for the most part, so. I mean, not exactly sure what you want me to tell you there.
Thought we were forming some sort of friendship. Friends tease each other all the time. Friends even get into arguments. We fought together, we killed together. I thought we were forming some sort of friendship, but I guess I was wrong.
Uli's just sort of looking away. kind of lost in thought. It's odd to see him like that. Doesn't think much.
Look, I'm not good at this friend thing. Like, I was just trying to do what we had to do to get things going, and
So was I.
like I said, only had the impression that you were just gonna bail on us.
Did the only thing I could do. The only thing you guys allowed me to do.
Uli walks over from the window, puts out a hand to Victorin.
Whether we like it or not, whether we're friends or not, this place is all of our responsibility, and we should treat it as such. Which means we're not going to run away, and we're not going to stop each other from actually putting in some work into this place. Deal?
Rudy, I would love to make that deal right now, but after the events that have transpired in the last few days, I need to take some time. Figure out where my actual priorities lie, and honestly figure out who my actual friends are.
Throws steps back a second.
Furniture's outside if you need it. I pulled in all the cleaning supplies. I'm leaving it for you guys for now. It's up to you guys. Victorian's just gonna kind of walk to the window and climb out.
Wait, don't go yet. Look, I'm sorry that I dragged you around like that. Already gone over why I did it, but I'm not gonna repeat myself. I was only really upset because you messed with me.
You know I wouldn't have if I had any other choice.
And you know she did it for a reason. We thought you were going to take off. We needed to keep you around. You didn't exactly inspire confidence yourself. As much as you want to place fault, there's just as much for you. You can't expect people to operate on knowledge they don't have.
Victorian's just gonna put his head down for a second and then continue to walk away.
Look, at this point, we both did shit we shouldn't have. So, at this point, let's just stop messing with each other and just at least try to get along in some way.
Like I told you guys before, the last 5 days have been kind of the worst.
And we
Having to
got through
actually-
it because we were standing together. No matter how much we may fight for who's going first in the line, we stood together. Much as it pains me to say it, everything that's gone on, we all played a part. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. Well, I could. But I'm not going to. But know this.
And he faces you and points a finger in your direction.
You better be back. Because this place is your responsibility too.
Indeed it is. And trust me, I'm not going to throw that out the window.
Good.
No pun intended.
Sort of snickers a little.
Speaking of which, we need to hire a locksmith.
Probably
Or
be in the
maybe
best
just-
interest.
Maybe just get a new door.
What happened to that lock anyway?
Nothing? Nothing at all.
Mara,
I
go
didn't
ahead and
put-
roll a deception check for me.
I knew that was
Bring up the
coming.
roll table here. Bring up Uli's character sheet.
Oh no. I knew
his
that
insight
was
actually isn't bad. I haven't pre-rolled any of my dice either, so I don't know which ones are lucky. I don't. 24.
Oh, okay.
He sort of looks at you for a second like,
Whatever. Locksmith it is. But it's getting kind of late. Probably tomorrow.
Yeah. That's fine.
What's upstairs, by the way?
Not a whole lot. A couple rooms. There's a study. Not a whole lot to see though.
Well, at least there's a couple rooms. Don't have to
Yeah.
rent out a place for the night. Does the lock up there work?
The one room that I saw where I didn't even had a broken bed. Unless you're okay with sleeping on the floor, I don't think this is going to be enough.
Not the worst place I've slept.
I've dealt with worse. Plus, we can always work on that. It's not in as bad a shape as down here was.
Not to mention, I've got this.
and he pulls out a bedroll from on top of his pack.
Works in a pinch.
About what time of day is it?
I'd say at this point, it's getting to be about sunset. So you taking off to leave them to their devices, Victorian?
I think Victorian at least is going to go get it in
Alright.
instead of sleeping on the hard floor.
You go back to the inn that you rented a room in earlier in the day. It's already paid for.
Oh
And-
yeah, that's right. He did that.
Yep, and you
Forgot
Mhm.
about that.
settle yourself in to contemplate the goings on of the day, the troubles, and the conversation, what the weight it had on you. And just figure out your next moves. Mara, I assume you and Uli head up to the manor proper.
Yeah, I want to see if there's at least some of the furniture that I can, like, if there's some furniture I can take in, kind of thing. But other than that, probably just gonna call it
Make
a
an
night.
investigation check. This is less for finding furniture and more for finding what furniture's usable.
Right.
Not good. Mind you, none of it's good. It's all old. It's all, battered. But this is to find if anything is usable. $22. All right.
Man, I'm doing really good so far. I totally just jinxed myself, didn't I?
You look around the bedrooms. The lower bedroom and the spare room, out of the two of them, there's one that seems to be a set of drawers, or, clothing dresser. That doesn't seem to be too far off. It's old, it's weathered, it's kind of coming apart in places, but it's still holding together all right. The beds are a complete wash down there. Complete, just whether it was termites or water damage or just the thing being broken, these things are just in horrible condition. You go upstairs where there are two more bedrooms, a bedroom and a master bedroom. The master bedroom, it's strange. It almost looks like there was a weight dropped on the bed and it just split down the middle and caved in on itself.
That's depressing.
The other bedroom, the bed is very bare. It is sort of crumbling at the corners. However, you feel like it can hold weight. It's not too far gone. It is usable. It is not comfortable. It is not sturdy, but it is usable. And among the tattered remains of furniture that you can find in there, you probably found a collection of 3 chairs that could still be used in various states of what basically amounts to decomposition, and whatever other ailments have befallen all the rest of this furniture.
Right.
Just disrepair, I think, is the word I'm trying to find. Various states of disrepair. But, usable.
That's unfortunate.
So you have a bed, 3 chairs, and a set of drawers. The rest of it is pretty well washed.
Can I ask, before Victoria leaves, is there a cloth or anything on some of the broken furniture?
Are you going upstairs to check, or are you just looking around in the tavern?
He could go upstairs to check real quick. I just want to see if there's something I could put over the nice, good furniture that he bought. That's still sitting outside.
There are a couple of cloths that are battered and worn. Some are fraying, some have holes in them. Nothing large enough for the amount of furniture that you put outside.
Let's say he grabbed what he could and covered what he could.
All right, I'd
Even
say
if
you
that's
can,
not everything, but
I'd say you can collect enough old, mothballed cloth to cover probably about 70% of the stuff.
okay.
And it's kind of as you're collecting the cloth, it's kind of that strange, tense air that you get when you have a fight with somebody and you gotta be in the same room not but a couple minutes after, and just like everyone's sort of avoiding eye contact to trying not to be too close to one another. But yeah, you get a fair amount of it covered. And I assume after that you make your way to the inn.
Yep.
Alright, so you all hunker down for the night. You go ahead and get a long rest and recover anything that you may have used. Any spells or features, etc., and so forth. I don't think you used any, but
I'm pretty sure.
Victorian did.
Yeah.
So yeah, you recover your spell slots and such. Then the morning comes. Victorian, you wake up in your fairly decent hotel room. What do you do?
I'm gonna probably make my way to the trades ward.
Alrighty. And dare I even ask, what are you going there for?
Not for magic this time.
Oh.
I want to
That's
find
great.
actually the magic's up at some point, but that's not the purpose of this trip. The purpose is I want to find a woodsmith or something that can make kind of a door plate.
Talking about like carpenter?
Yeah, that works.
Alright, easy enough.
I just kind of want to, I want to commission a door plate that just kind of has a fancy looking little V on it.
Alright. Just like a little decorative wooden plate to hang on a door.
Kind of something because he wants to go and just claim a room in the.
Okay. Easy enough. The
manner.
carpenter can make something like that. Do you wish for like a really fine wood, or is it just like standard variety?
How much would the fine wood be compared to the standard?
Standard variety, the plate would probably run you 6 copper. Fine wood, probably be like 2 silver.
Yeah, he'll go for the fine.
All right.
It's fine wood.
Makes you a rather nice wooden plate. It's nicely finished and it's oiled and everything. Nice dark cherry wood.
And I don't remember what's the conversion to gold to silver again, because I'm gonna have to
It
hand
is
him
10
a gold.
silver to 1 gold.
Alright, I hand him a gold.
Right, and he hands you back 8 silver. Right, and you have a decorative V plate.
And I guess I'll make my way back to the manor.
Right. Also, Mara and Uli arise. They have. I assume Mara has taken the upstairs room with the working bed.
Yeah.
And Uli's just hunkered down in one of the 2nd floor rooms.
Looking at the map, which one had the working bed?
Looking at the map, it is the one to the left of the private bath on the 3rd floor. So
Oh,
the
master.
the
Okay.
top right one. It's not the master bedroom.
Oh, top right.
It's the top left bedroom of the 3rd
Yeah,
floor.
no, the master bed was caved in.
Master bed was caved in.
Okay. So I guess because I haven't looked around yet, when I get there, I'm just gonna kind of start looking around, looking at the different rooms.
All right. You look around at them, and the structure of the building, and just structurally, it is sound. It is old, a bit worn, needing love in places, but it stands. Most of the furniture, complete wash. I'd say that Mara probably collected the chairs and probably put them in the common room. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there are 3 chairs in somewhat disrepair, but they still seem functional in the common room. But everything else, other than a working dresser drawer in the room which Uli is bunked in, pretty much everything else is in disrepair. Even the private baths. So,
Well, because neither of them was staying in it.
to be clear, the plumbing is still working.
Okay.
But yeah, as for the facilities themselves, they need work.
Let's see. Would Myra and Udi, I don't know if it's up to Minnie or not, but would they still maybe be in their rooms when I get there, or would they probably be out working on something?
Uli would probably be. Uli is down in the tap room, just cleaning up. He's sort of taking the tap room upon himself to clean up. Mara, where are you? By the time that he would arrive there, it would probably be about hour and a bit in to the day
Right.
when you wake up.
Yeah, I would say trying to bring in whatever furniture I could, because that's still outside, yeah? Or is
Yeah,
that in already?
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the furniture is like chairs and tables and things that won't easily fit into
Right.
a window.
Okay.
You get a sense of that what smaller furniture could be brought in, Victorian did.
So basically fix the door first.
Probably be a good idea.
Okay, so at that point, I guess I'll just kind of lean in the window and yell to not Victorian, Uli. It's like, hey, gotta go out and look for a guy to fix the lock.
All right. I think there was a carpenter around here somewhere.
Awesome.
Try checking with them.
I guess there's a couple of different shops. I don't know who really does locks, but never hurt to check.
We'll replace the whole damn door if we have to.
Sort of waves you off.
So, yeah, I guess I'll just start looking for someone that can help with the lock and or door.
The two places within Trollskull Alley that stand out to you are it looks to be a smithy called the Steam and Steel, and a carpenter called the Bent Nail. Figure a smithy might be able to do a lock, but if you wanted to replace the entire door, probably go to the carpenter.
I should have taken a look at the state of that door.
You could also just order a door with an integrated lock too.
I mean, that is an idea. Should have took a look at the state of that door, but it was probably old and crappy anyway.
You can still. I mean, this is all within Trollskull Alley.
Right.
So you're not
Okay,
but a couple
well,
minutes down the road.
Got you.
These are
should I
basically
be
like
able-
your neighbors.
Right. Should I be able to go see like the state of it and see
Yeah.
if it would need to be replaced or if it's just the lock I need
Yeah.
to worry about?
Go ahead and roll investigation check.
That is. Where is it?
There's a lot of investigation checks
There.
from Mara tonight.
Yeah.
So he's doing that. Victorian's just gonna see if he can find like a nail or something on one of the broken pieces of furniture, and use that to get the door plate up.
Easy
And
enough.
I think he's gonna do the master bedroom because that one doesn't seem to be used at all.
Easy enough. You find a nail that's not too rusted away, and you hang up the nameplate.
Go.
Mara, natural 20.
Wow.
She's killing it. You take a look at the door. At one point, it was finely crafted. Not opulent, but well made. The lock, you look at it a bit. You can tell the interior of the lock is just, it's a scrap. You also see some splintering around the lock itself. Oh. Sorry. For some reason, I'd hit a button.
Oh dear.
What was the last thing you heard from me?
Natural 20.
Nat
Okay.
20, you're killing it.
Okay.
That's it.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
No worries.
It shows through on the stream, I'm sure, but I'm going to repeat it again for your sake. The interior of the lock, you can tell that it's just completely destroyed. The door itself, you can tell it was like finely made. It was well made. It's obviously seen the same amounts of like wear and tear and age that the rest of the place has had. You see some splintering around the lock itself, and you do see some wear just around like the knob of the door. You also take a look at the hinges, and one of them seems like it's just about rusted away.
Got you.
And you actually, you see like a darker part of the door, and you sort of run your fingers over it, and a part of it just falls off in your hand.
Ooh. Okay.
You
Well,
look at the
I guess-
inside, and you swear you see a couple termites skitter away.
Okay. Well, I guess I know what I'm looking for then. So I guess I'll go over to the carpenter, see if I can get that dealt with.
All right, so you head over to the bent nail. An interesting thing about that is there's a wooden sign in front of the shop. It's just above the main door. There's no wording on it. There's simply a large nail that's sticking out of it, but it's been bent upward.
That's an amazing sign, and I love everything about it.
You walk into the front room, and there is a very fine display of ornate wooden furniture. From just on either side of the room, you can see finely made chairs and couches and tables and shelving and dresser drawers, even like wooden countertops and the like. And it's all very finely crafted, very elegant in its design. You look behind the counter and you can see rows of finely carved canes, quarterstaffs, even shields that are hung on the wall. And there's even a display by the window that has bows and crossbows that all seem to be very elegant in their design. And there is a male half-elf standing behind the counter. Welcome to the Bent Nail. How can I help you?
Yeah, so me and my friends just sort of own the Trollskull Manor now. It's kind of in rough
Oh.
shape.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, wondering if you might be able to help me out with our door situation. Lock's busted. Door is kind of...
He sort of gets a half smirk and he looks around at all the furniture. I think I might be able to help.
Cool. How much is that gonna run me, more or less?
Well, what exactly were you looking for? Just the door?
Definitely the door, and we need to replace the lock as well.
Not too difficult, I suppose. Let me see. If you wanted something pedestrian, I could do for 10 gold. If you wanted something more beautiful, something with an integrated lock, of course, I'd say that would run you 20.
Yeah, we'll go for that last one, I guess.
Of course. And all of my furniture comes with a lifetime guarantee. The door will outlive you or your money back.
All right.
Now, and he sort of spans out a selection of small planks on the counter. If you would choose a wood. With the 20 gold door, you can have your selection from any. There are a different selection of woods ranging from light to dark. There's some stranger woods on there that you're not quite familiar with. Just pick a number from, or rather, not even pick a number. Just roll a d8.
All right.
Unless you have something specific in mind you want for it.
We'll see what this gets me.
8. All right.
Wow. Okay.
The one in the 8th slot is Wenge, which is a very unique looking wood. It's a very dark brown with light brown running through it. It's a very rich colored wood. Wonderful choice.
I was gonna say I do like the sound of that.
Wonderful choice. I'll get to work immediately.
Awesome.
And if you'd like, I can bring it over and help with the installation.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can't say that I'm much of a handy person myself.
Of course, you are just down the road, of course.
Sure. When can we expect it, more or less?
3 hours.
All right. Awesome.
We don't see much through traffic here in Trollskull Alley, save for specialty guests, at least not since the tavern closed down. I do hope
Right.
you'll do something about that. And he sort of gives another half grin.
Work in progress.
Wonderful to hear. If you stop bringing in business, I might just have to give you a lot of discounts.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
Well then, if you would, have you already paid him?
Yeah, I'll hand him the 20 gold.
All right. Thank you. Now I'd best get to work, I suppose. Lovely meeting you.
Yeah, same with you.
And sort of waves you out as he goes to the back to begin work on your door. Victorian, you have
Alright.
claimed the master bedroom. It's not quite the biggest room in the place because there is a bedroom that's about the same size on the floor below it. That's the one that Uli is staying in.
Right.
But it is definitely a nice room. It's got very large windows to look out into Trollskull Alley. It's got a lot of natural light coming in there. With a little bit of love and care, it could be very nice.
Yeah, the first thing he's gonna do is go grab one of his tables and probably 2 of his chairs and move them up in there, so he has a place to read or do his spells or whatever.
Alrighty. So you go ahead and grab one of the tables and just one of the chairs from the selection you got outside.
I'll probably grab 2 of them.
Okay. That would take a couple of trips or a strength check.
Let's just do a couple of trips. So.
Alright. All right. So you go downstairs and you grab the table, you haul it up the stairs to the second floor, bring it through the common room, through the hall, up the stairs, and into the master bedroom. Then you go back downstairs, grab 2 chairs, same deal. The whole process takes you probably about 15-20 minutes. It's just a lot of going back and forth and up a lot of stairs, down a lot of stairs, up a lot of stairs. But you have a place to write and read and work. It's not a terribly large table, because the larger tables would actually be a little harder to fit through the door, let alone bringing them by yourself. But you've brought up a small table and a couple of chairs.
And I'm also going to, I just want to check the library and see what kind of state that's in.
Alright. Go ahead and look through the library. Most of the books are not too good a condition. Okay. Most of the books aren't in too good a condition. They're kind of frayed and worn, the edges a bit tattered. There's a couple that are in good, they're in okay condition, well enough to be handled and read. Nothing too particularly interesting though.
Okay. Yeah, just looking around, Victorian's thinking, man, this is gonna take a lot of gold to fix this place up. And then he remembers that someone said something about a treasure.
Excuse me
And this
for
is where
just a
he
second.
this is where he takes his read from the Trollskull Manor, because he remembers that I don't remember his name. I'm going to call him Frumpkin number 1 that was in the warehouse. Supposedly knows something about this treasure. So he's going to make his way to wherever Frumpkin number 1 lives.
Sorry about that.
Frumpkin.
I had to go
Oh.
close my door.
Oh dear.
You're good.
Yes, someone said something about a treasure.
Okay, yes. And Victoria, yeah. I don't remember his name, so I'm calling him Frumpkin number 1, the guy that would be saved from the warehouse. Victoria remembers that he might know something about the treasure, so he's going to go and make his way to wherever Frumpkin number 1 lives.
All right. Well, you're not quite sure where he lives, though.
I mean, I have an idea, like he's some sort of important person, right? Because he had like the whole guards.
So you're just gonna go to an important part of town and start asking where a guy named Frumpkin lives?
I don't remember his name.
By all means, you can make an intelligence check and see if you remember.
Yeah, let's go with that. I swear, if Minnie's rolling like all these D20s and gets an 8 on a D8, I'm gonna end up with a 1.
You're gonna get like a 3.
I don't. Okay, I
It's hard to
genuinely
tell, man.
don't know how I'm pulling that off. Honestly.
He rolls a 3. I'm
The
actually gonna lose it.
intelligence is
+4, isn't it? Yeah. 16.
okay.
Not bad.
Takes you a second. Because the idea of Frumpkin's still stuck in your head. And you remember Rainair Never Ember. That was his name. Rainair Never Ember.
So could I go, like, would the monastery have information on where people live?
Do you mean the magistrate?
Magistrate, yes. Sorry.
They would, but you're not entirely sure they would tell you where someone lived. You get the sense that that'd be sort of a confidential thing. Or at the very least, something that you would have to have some sort of express permission or, you know, a very good reason.
Didn't... Because I
Yes,
know
no.
he said you could call on me anytime. I don't... Did he ever say how we could call on him?
He did not. He was a little frazzled in the moment.
That didn't... Do I know where his friends...
You
I
do
don't
know
think we
he
know
was
that either.
drinking with Floon.
Yeah, I'm gonna... I guess the only thing he can't do is go back to the Wandering Portal, is that it?
The Yawning Portal?
Yawning Portal, yep.
Alright.
Guess it's the only thing he can do, so I'm not sure.
You head back there looking for...
Looking for Froon or whatever his other friend's name was.
So, you head into the Yawning Portal. It is as lively as ever, even at this... No, it's about midday by this point. Oh. No, it's about midday by this point. I keep on accidentally pressing the deafen button. Yeah, it's about midday by this point. Yes, it's as lively as ever. And at the bar, you see a familiar face. Holothab Gadarn. Who is currently just having a grand old time of things.
I am absolutely horrible with names. You're gonna have to remind me who he is.
Volo is the one who sent you on the quest.
Oh, Volo. Okay, that's
Yes.
not what it sounded like. Sorry.
Yeah, his
think
name
you
is
cut out there or
Volothab
something.
Gadarn.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get his attention.
Friend!
Hi. I lucked out
What's
finding
the
you here.
pleasure?
You have a friend I'm looking for.
I have many friends there.
Let's see. Not Never Ember.
Ah, Rainair. He did mention something about you lot.
I think he has some information that I need. He told me I could come see him anytime I need, but he forgot to tell me where.
Hey, he is He can be a little scatterbrained sometimes. Believe I know of his place. Should be off there in the North Ward. And he is a prominent figure after all. I could show you if you got a map.
That I do not. I don't think. Hold on, what's that? Yeah, I don't think I do.
You know what? Actually, he sort of reaches into a bag at his side. And it's strange because he seems to reach farther into it than the bag should allow. He just sort of holds there for a moment.
Things I
pulls
know
out a
what
map.
that is, and I was
You do
honestly
know what
trying
that
to
is.
figure out if those. I was honestly trying to figure out if those were possible in this campaign. That's true.
You do know what that is. And he pulls out a map. Matter of fact, I have one just here. And he sort of spreads it out on the counter in front of him and points to a spot in Northward. That right there is an Everember estate. He points to what appears to be a very large house. Like, even amongst the North Ward, which are generally large estates, this one is... It takes up a good amount of space.
Okay, I know you guys said this guy was a big deal, but that house, that's a little more than a big deal, my friend.
Oh, I'd say it's a big enough deal for him. I don't think he took too kindly to all the attention, though. But it is what it is, friend. Matter of fact, you sort of slice him out to you. You can keep that one. No use
Oh.
going around the place without knowing your way.
That's true. I don't know how I've gone around before, but it just somehow works. Well, thank you, friend. I'm gonna... How much is a drink in the place?
Are you asking me or are you asking
I'm
Bobo?
asking DJ, the DM.
A drink in this place, that's not too bad. It's probably a few silver for a good drink.
I guess I'll say down like 2 silver. I'll just set 2 silver on the counter for him to grab and like, have a drink on me.
The wonders never cease, friend. The wonders never cease. If you need me again, you know where to find me.
Indeed I do. Now I'm gonna start making my way to Neverember's house.
Alrighty.
Palace, I guess, at this point.
His estate. Mara, while that's going on, what are you doing?
I don't know. If I'm being honest. I guess just trying to clean up the upstairs as best I can since Uli's been working on the downstairs bit.
Alrighty. You take the better part of the next couple of hours. Given that Victorian did have cleaning supplies sent there, which Uli paid for if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
You take the better part of the next couple hours just going through as much of the upstairs manor as you can. You get a fair amount of it done. It's looking much cleaner than it was before. There's still the broken and tattered furniture that, you know, needs something done with it, but it is clean.
Nice. How much time's gone by? So,
Better part of a couple hours, so probably about hour 45 minutes ish.
got you. Okay, so the door guy isn't there yet. Is there anywhere I could go to see about getting help getting rid of that like crappy furniture? Because if a lot of it's not really...
Question. I'd say you could have that arranged. let's say for the sake of everything that you lot have had arrangements made for the refuse to be picked up and, carried away to be repurposed or just gotten rid of.
Right. So I guess I'll just take as much of that outside as I can.
All right. And as you are going through doing that, you hear a voice behind you. Excuse me, miss.
Hmm?
You turn around and you see there is a halfling man standing behind you. Wouldn't happen to be Mara, would you?
Yeah, it's me.
Pulls a note from his pocket. Our friends told me to give you this.
Hmm.
He sort of, as you take it, he nods his head, turns around, and walks away.
I guess I'll just kind of take a look at it.
It is a summons from Davil Starsong.
Hmm.
He requests your presence tomorrow to go over your progress.
That's gonna be an awkward conversation. But sure, why not? I guess at that point, I'll just kind of stow that in my bag or something,
Alrighty.
and then carry on with my business for the time being.
Alright, so you continue cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
Victorian, you approach the home of Rainier Neverember. It is quite large. It is quite fanciful. You get the sense that whoever's built this estate likes their money to be known.
This is my kind of place.
And there's actually a guard standing in front of the house.
Does it happen to be one of the guards that we met at the warehouse?
You don't believe so. It's a little hard to tell with the city watch guards. The way their outfits are designed, they all sort of blend into one another, save for, those of different races obviously look different, but even between, like, humans, half-elves, it's hard to tell.
Right. Well, I guess I approach this guard to try to gain entrance.
Sort of holds a hand in front of you. What business have you?
I am here to see Neverember. I already forgot his first name. Crap.
Right. And who are you?
Name's Victorian. I was part of the party that saved him from a warehouse a few days ago.
He sort of, without taking his eyes on you, sort of raps twice on the door, opens it a crack, says something to someone on the other side of the door, closes it back. One moment. A moment
I'm just
passes.
gonna...
A moment passes. And the door opens from the other side. The guard kind of gives a double take for a second, like, okay. Just
I'm a big
holds
deal.
out his hand for you to come in.
I will walk in.
Inside, it is a very lovely foyer. A very large staircase leading up to the second story. And descending is Rainier Neverember, now dressed in much finer clothes than you found him. Still with a lot of the same bruises, a couple of scars, but generally looking in much better health and spirits. And he sees you and his smile grows. What can I do for you, friend?
Recently we have received information on why your friend may have been kidnapped, and I am wondering if you may know anything about a specific treasure that they kidnapped him for.
People have been talking about that treasure longer than I can remember, really. It's a difficult thing to explain.
Okay.
A lot of people believe my father embezzled a large amount of gold when he was open lord of the town. That he hid it somewhere in the city. Ridiculous, of course, but they are persistent. They think they can find it by using an artifact. They call it the Stone of Golor. Apparently, the Xanathar Guild had it until recently. Someone had stolen it. The Zents thought I knew something about this, but I'm afraid I don't. My father and I haven't spoken in years.
But it sounds as though you believe it's true as well.
Which part is really the question.
Your father hiding away the money?
I don't think I believe it. I don't want to believe it. But I can't
Just
deny
for
the
the sake of it, I'm
possibility.
gonna insight check him.
By all means.
Oh no, that's not what I want to do. Eh. 14, okay.
14. Alright. He seems genuine. He doesn't seem like he wants to believe it. You get the sense that he's sort of struggling with it. Like he's trying to deny something that's not easy to deny. But something that he can't outright prove.
Listen, man, I'm sorry I have to bring all this up, but I still have questions, and I mean, someone was kidnapped and almost killed for
I
supposed
understand.
treasure.
And I'm here to answer as best I can. It's the least I can do.
You said this is some sort of artifact that can
Yes.
supposedly lead to this treasure?
So they say. So they say.
You mind giving me the name of that real quick again?
They call it the Stone of Golor. Do you need me to spell it?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Golorr.
You say it was stolen. Has the clan been at odds with anyone as of late? Maybe another clan?
Sort of chuckles for a moment. The Xanathar Guild and the Zents have been at it for years. This is only fuel to their fire. Yes, the Zentarim.
Okay.
It's our own little private gang war, I suppose.
Our own? Are you a part of one of these clans?
Not of them, no. I belong to a more prominent order. Something a little more respectable.
You mind if I ask what order that is?
Have you ever heard of the Harpers?
I don't believe I have.
They are a group dedicated to amassing arcane knowledge and giving it unto the people, or sequestering off that which may be destructive or dangerous. We wish to know more about the weave and about how to manipulate it. And to keep the dangerous information away from those who may use it for ill gains.
Well, that definitely sounds like a worthy cause.
I think so too. Is there anything else you would like to ask me?
Unless there's anything you weren't telling me about this treasure that I might need to know.
I'm
That's it
afraid I
for
don't
me.
know much of it. I'm sorry, I wish I could be more help.
Well, whatever it was, a mind flayer seemed to want it pretty bad.
Mind Flayer?
We encountered, apparently, it seemed to be the head of the operation in the kidnapping.
He looks genuinely concerned for a moment. That's not good news under any circumstance. Seems you've just saved me from a far worse fate than I believed.
Well, I believe it's probably still in the... What is it, Xenator? That's the base we attacked, right?
Xanathar.
Sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's still in the Xenator Guild's base down in the sewers.
We should alert the guards. The watch will want to know of this. Do you
By all
remember the way
means,
to the... Do you remember the way there?
I am going to roll to recall. What do I need to roll for that?
That's an intelligence check. Straight intelligence. 8.
No, I do not.
Little hard to
Well-
recall. There were signs. What were the signs?
Unfortunately, I do not. The only thing I am...
It was in the sewer.
Yeah, I remember the
Can't
sewer.
remember how to get there.
Based on that roll, would I remember the golden bricks?
No.
Okay.
You remember that it was in the sewer and that there were signs, but you can't remember what the signs were.
You know, I don't remember. We followed something in the sewers to get there, but you know, if you want,
In the sewer.
my friend Udi, or I don't know if I can say friend anymore, but my traveling companion at the moment, Udi. He was the one who did us there originally.
Where is this Uli?
Anonymous, and he is currently at the... Why am I so horrible with names?
I'm pretty sure that was me actually.
Well, he had Udi had the information
Right.
because he
Hey.
did the thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember the name of the stupid tavern.
Trollskull Manor.
Trollskull, yeah. He is, last time I saw him was at the Trollskull Manor.
Thank you. I will have someone contact him. I appreciate you bringing this to me. Let's hope we can do something about this.
Indeed, I just want to get to the bottom of this.
Well, I wish you luck on your quest. It seems you have quite a time ahead of you. Mind flayers and ancient artifacts. Gods.
It would appear so.
I wish you all well in that endeavor.
Well, I don't know how much the others will be with me on this quest, but appreciate it nonetheless.
There's one thing I know for certain. If there are dangerous things like this involved, no one should go at it alone.
Wouldn't if I didn't have another choice.
And sort of walks up to you and puts a hand on your shoulder. You lot are quite a team. Whatever misgivings you have about one another, I'm sure you'll find a way.
You were very hopeful. Maybe too hopeful for your own good.
Can't help but look at the bright side of things. I was saved from certain death. Suppose you're to blame for it, as well as your companions.
Yes, we are.
Well then, suppose I have business to attend to as well as you.
Indeed I do. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise. Don't be a stranger.
In a place like this, trust me, I won't.
Hold one moment. I realize I've never asked. Your name?
Victorian.
Pleasure to meet you, Victorian.
It's a pleasure to have met you for the second time. Well, I better be on my way.
Good luck. And
Gonna walk out.
sees you out. Guard gives you a nod as you pass. Closes the door back too. Mara, at this point, the carpenter has returned, or has come by with the door.
Oh,
and
good.
Is currently installing it. By the time you
Awesome.
get down from the manor proper. Would you like
I
to
guess
do
I-
anything? Say anything?
I guess at that point I just like kind of approach, dusting off my hands, whatever's on them from the craptacular furniture or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, didn't notice you guys got
Huh.
here.
Hello again. It's just installing the door.
Yeah, man, you guys, y'all are pretty punctual, I'm not gonna lie.
Quite easy to do. Spent long enough in my craft, and we are only just over there.
Fair enough.
I realize if we are neighbors, I should probably get to know you. He puts out his hand. Tell us over in our fell branch. Call me Tally.
I take his hand. Mara.
Pleasure.
Don't know if you saw my friend in there, but he's
Yes,
really-
he seems a different sort.
he's
Don't see much of his kind running around here, but I suppose you see many things in Trollskull Alley that others would find strange.
he's fun. That's all I'll say at this point. He's fun.
Well, we're no stranger to our own characters. If you have a moment, stop by the Steam and Steel. Go meet Embrick and Ivy. Just as strange as the
might.
rest of us. I believe you all fit in well.
Might have to. There's plenty to do around here for sure, so
Yes, it
We're gonna need
definitely
it.
seems that way.
we're gonna need all the help we can get.
You also notice at this point that most of the furniture has been brought in. You get the
Oh,
sense
good.
that what's left there, Uli's just waiting for Tally to finish installing the door
Right.
before he goes out to collect it. It's almost as if we have a little ecosystem of our own. With how many strange characters come through here. Though I did hear that there were 3 proprietors of the place. Where's the third of your lot?
He kind of went off to do his own thing for a bit.
Oh, fair enough. Tell him I said hello.
Yeah, will do. Not sure when he's coming back, but yeah.
At the very least, he'll have a home to come back to. And he sort of gives a pat to the door. There. All installed.
Awesome.
Now you don't have to climb through the window.
Yeah, that was getting a bit old.
He sort of pauses for a moment. You were actually climbing through the window. I was joking. I suppose you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, I mean there may not have been an incident dealing with the lock the first time around.
I did say that. It's astounding. Perhaps some teenager came by to assess his lock-picking prowess. Eh?
Something like that.
Well, at any rate, I would keep a closer eye on that lock. It's
Yeah,
more
I'll,
sturdy, of course, being, well, new. But still not impenetrable.
Yeah, no, I will I'll try to be more diligent about that.
Of course.
Just like
And if
just kind of standing there awkwardly like wasn't me. I didn't do it.
And in the off chance that you need another door, you're always welcome at the shop.
That's good to know. Thanks a lot.
And some more furniture if you so desire. I see you've been to one of my competitors in the trade ward. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well. I didn't have a say in that.
And sort of does
As
that
long
thing
as it
where he
works.
leans over with hand to the side of his mouth. Well, now you know better, don't you? And gives a wink.
Yeah, no, return trip might happen in the future.
Marvelous. Well, you'll know where to find me. He sort of waves over his shoulder as he walks off.
Alright.
And as he walks off, you see Uli open the door, come out, grab another
Oh good, it
table.
works.
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
I-
Store.
Never mind.
And just picks up a table, walks back through the door.
I'll just grab something, I guess, and just kind of help out.
Go ahead and grab a chair and walk through the door. It is something. You are standing. You know this is the tap room. It's the same
Mhm.
room that you were in yesterday. Yet it looks completely different. It is clean. The floor still needs some work, but the countertop is now nice and shiny.
Ah, shit, I
There-
should have asked him if he did floors.
There are chairs all around tables. There's stools sitting at the bar. And it's starting to look like a tavern. And you can't help but feel a little bubble of pride rise up.
I'm like, oh, yay, we did it.
Yeah,
We did something.
you're doing good.
Yeah.
So you and Uli are just gonna spend the next few minutes bringing in the furniture to the tap room. Until you
Yeah,
have-
pretty much.
Until you have all the tables and the chairs and the stools all situated. You've got little sconces along the walls where you can place torches, or just like lanterns, what have you. And it's starting to really come together. There are still a number of things that you do need, such as resurfacing the floor, need some casks, barrels of wine and ale, replacing the food wares and all that like. But
Mhm.
for now, you're taking a bit of a victory. Right. Victorin, after you leave the Neverember Estates, where are you going?
Alright, here we go. Now it's when we go to the magic shop.
Couldn't last forever. All right, you make your way to the magic shop.
But before he gets to the magic shop, he's gonna find a little corner to hide in and, like, again, turn into that random dude he tripped at one day.
All right, you turn back into the random dude. Seamless, without fail.
And he goes to the magic shop.
All right.
Have to go there once an episode. It's just.
Yep, just gotta keep the dream alive.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, how may I help you?
Okay, so I saw something weird at a tavern earlier today. This dude, he had like this bag and he just started pulling stuff out of it.
That doesn't sound strange to
You-
me.
Is that common? I don't know. I don't know anything about magic. I kind of want to start getting into it, but it's because if you could do stuff like that.
He sort of sits there with a dumbfounded look on his face for a second. Then he sort of leans in a little. Sir, do you not understand the purpose of a bag?
No, you don't get it. This bag was holding more stuff than it should have.
Ah, that sounds a little more up my alley. Let me check.
Sorry, in my excitement, I must have forgot to mention that fact.
He was holding a bag, and it was holding items. He just pulled shit out of it. Doesn't that just blow your mind?
That's beautiful.
You mean you guys don't put bags on your heads? They're not hats?
Not generally.
My whole life has been a lie.
Oh, I'm trying to. I'm trying to look up the price of it here. No one wants to put a price.
I did not realize I could just straight up buy one.
You can absolutely straight up buy one. We do have a smaller version of that. And he puts down. He puts a bag on the counter. And it's a slightly smaller bag than what you saw Volo using. And it's kind of got one of those patterns like an artisan rug. Kind of with blues and tans sort of stitched together in sort of a lattice pattern. This is what we like to call a bag of holding. It acts as an extra-dimensional space where you can put items into and recall them with a mere thought. This here is the smallest size, the most affordable, and frankly the only one we have right now. It can carry up to 250 pounds of anything, really, and hold 30 cubic feet of items.
I mean, that's more than I could hold.
It is definitely a fair amount. I suppose this is what you're looking for, yes?
Indeed. However, I am a little worried about the price. How much would this set me back?
2,500 gold pieces.
You know what? How about I just start with the beginning? How much is a simple spellbook?
He sort of nods like, yeah, I expect this.
And while he's putting it away, I'm just gonna keep an eye on where he stores it.
Hey, he just places it on the counter and looks for something else down there. Are you just looking for an empty spellbook? Or something with something already in it? Because I do sell spell scrolls.
I'll be honest. I don't know what I'm doing.
Fair enough. We have one here, and he pulls up a plain but very serviceable spell book. And opens it up. You can see that it is nice, fine paper for use for spellcraft and whatnot. This is your standard spell book for 55 gold.
Okay.
Comes with more pages than you'd probably ever need.
Is this the smallest one you have?
Yes.
Again,
I
I'm
believe
new.
So.
Again, I'm new. I don't know if this is something I want to pursue.
Most
I just want something to
spellbooks-
try it out, you know?
Most spellbooks are about the same size. It's more about the quality and, frankly, the aesthetics of it. This is the simplest, most serviceable one I provide. I do have others. They're a little more eccentric, with a little more flair.
Now, I'll just take the cheapest one you have for now.
All right, and he places it down on the counter. This is 55 gold.
Hands over 55 gold. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. But yep.
Just buying a straight spellbook.
Now, question actually before I do this, question for the DM.
Yes.
Is it gonna cost me money to? I don't want this study the spells or try to learn the spells. I just want to straight up. If I just straight up wanted to copy spells to it without learning them or anything, just copy the text.
If you wanted to copy spells, it would, with your own notation, it would cost significantly less time. It would still cost a bit of money because you have to have the ink to use, because it takes a special arcane ink to transpose spells into a spellbook. But it would cost significantly less than, copying something from another spellcaster's spellbook.
Yeah, I don't want to learn the spell. I just need to copy the symbols or whatever.
Yeah, to copy your own notation is significantly less time and quite a bit less money.
Alright, so I'm gonna
We'll
buy
go
the
over
bird.
details of that at some other point. Alright.
I'm just gonna ask, hey, so how does this thing, do I need to, it's not like a special ink I need or something, is there? Can I just take a pen?
There is
Pencil.
a special ink. You need a specialized ink that is more in tune with the weave. There are certain enchantments that you can place upon ink to make it more receptive. And a lot of people don't realize this, but with the more complex spells that one who's more attuned to the arcane arts can learn, it is not simply a matter of step by step, this is how you cast a spell. Some of the magic to cast it is actually stored within the ink. It acts as a catalyst for the spell. That is why a wizard cannot simply cast a spell without a spellbook in most circumstances.
Just give me something that's cheap because, again, I just want to
Oh,
experiment.
of course.
Let's see if this is what I want to do,
And sort of looks around for a moment. Bends down to a different place underneath the counter, pulls up a little bottle of ink and sort of swirls it around. And as he swirls it, you can see it's kind of that cosmic effect where it's got like almost a cloud of purple, specks of blue, and a little bit of red as he swirls it around and sets it on the counter, and it settles back to a soft, cool black. This here is fairly beginner grade, but still quite fine, very fine for the use of arcane transcription. That should be enough to get you started. Let me check.
this plan I has doesn't work, I'm gonna be really upset at how much gold I spent.
This ink will run you about 25 gold, and it should be enough to copy 5 spells.
Okay. Very hesitantly pulls out 25 gold. Here
Takes it
you
and
go.
hands you the ink. Wonderful. And will you need a quill with it?
I'm assuming the answer is yes. But you know, he's gonna pull out Victorian's quill and be like, I found this on the road. Is this what you mean?
That will do you just fine.
I guess today's my lucky day. Puts it away. Alright, I'm off to find some wizard to copy some spells. Bye.
Very well. Enjoy your adventure into the arcane.
And just for the sake of it, just for so, he's gonna like stop by every person he sees that's still like within the story view and like, are you a wizard? Are you a wizard? Are you a wizard?
Most of them sort of looking like, what? No.
And then when I'm out of sight, I'm gonna jump into an alley or something, turn back into Victorian.
And curse everything.
Go back to the hotel that I've been staying at, not even talk to him, just for 2 silver, however much it was, on the counter, and go back up to my room.
Yeah. You sort of leave the innkeeper kind of in shock, like, okay.
And then, yeah, I'm just gonna start the spells that I got from the dead, I don't remember what he was, that was Torturing Frumpkin. I'm gonna take those spells and I wanna just copy the symbols into the new spellbook.
Alright, so you're just copying his notation?
Yeah, I don't need to transcribe, I don't need to do any of that,
Okay.
I just wanna copy it, yeah.
Okay, you have enough ink to transcribe 5 spells. From what you bought there. Anything else, you'd have to take more gold.
I'm gonna pull it up. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3.
I'm ruling it that it's 5 gold worth of ink per spell transcription.
So yeah,
Or per spell per level, rather. Because it's 50 gold to transcribe a spell per level. I'm ruling that the rest of it is paper as well as, yeah, experimentation.
Because there's 6 in that book, so I will transcribe everything except the sky's self.
Alright.
Or just
Fair
copy
enough.
it over to the new book.
You wouldn't need that.
I mean, I'm not using these anyway, so...
Yeah, I'm just saying, though. Even you disguise self is a bit of a moot point.
Yeah, well, if this whole idea works, I don't want people thinking I disguised myself anyway.
Yeah. Alright. You take, what is it, an hour per spell per level? So I'd say it doesn't take it that long. It takes probably about 10 minutes per spell. So the better part of an hour. And you use the ink. You transcribe the spells using the same notation. It's a little difficult to figure out sometimes because you're like, there's a couple moments where you're looking at it like you kind of want to know what it all means. And you almost go into like that, I need to figure this out, but you gotta push it back like, nope, this is nothing more than just copying. I'm not trying to figure it out right now, I'm just trying to get it down. It's like studying for a test. I don't need to know it, I just need to remember it.
Indeed.
Alright. Better part of an hour, you get the spells down in the empty, or formerly empty spellbook. You now have a spare spellbook with 5 spells.
Okay. About what time is it? Do I know?
At that point in the day, I'd say it's probably mid-afternoon.
Okay. I want to be there when like things start to close and everything. So, but I have time to just kind of make my way back to the tavern.
Back to the manor? Yeah, you absolutely could.
Okay, I'm just gonna start making my way there so I could put stuff away in my room and stuff.
Alrighty. Mara, is there anything you'd like to do after finishing placing the furniture?
I feel like we have earned a decent meal.
I'm not gonna say no to that. Cleaned up the kitchen a decent amount. A lot of rotten food. Think we'd need some more food.
Yeah, no, we're totally just gonna go out and get like food for the night or something.
Apparently
and then
V
worry
got
about the
some,
rest later.
but not a lot. It's mostly just cleaning stuff.
Right. Alright, well, I vote we go out and at least hunt for a meal for the night. We can worry about other food later, I guess.
Fair enough.
So, I guess at that point, just stroll through the brand new door.
Yeah. With almost a sense of wonder, you take a look at the window that used to be the entrance and turn away pridefully as you open the Wenga door.
I love it. Feels good to use a door again.
Yeah.
I just carry on my way. I guess toward the trade district.
Yeah, trades ward.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to find ingredients, or you just trying to find something to eat? Are you trying to find
Something to
food to
eat.
bring back to prepare, or are you trying to find prepared food?
I would say just prepared food. Like Mara's just like I don't want to try to cook right now. I just want to eat.
All right, I guess in that case, Uli would be coming with you. But he'd probably, I think Uli would split off after a little bit because he's not looking for the prepared food. So, you go ahead. There's a couple of different restaurants in the trades ward, and places where you can just get something to eat. Say, remind myself here. I believe your lifestyle is modest.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep. I'd say you can go ahead and get yourself. You're wanting a good meal. Probably 8 silver.
Right on.
Uli is gonna go off to a store and buy some food to prepare. I'm gonna say he buys 5 gold worth of food and brings it back to the manor. Victorian, considering the escapade you've gone on, I'd say you get back and no one is at the manor.
Perfect. Let's see.
You
But
do
there
see
is a
that there is
door.
a lovely new, much darker.
Oh, he
door.
doesn't care about the door. He still goes in through the window.
You go in through the window to the tavern, and you see
It's
that
not
it
even.
is much
not-
cleaner.
Say it's not necessarily paying attention
Yeah.
right now. It's kind of just going through the plan
You
in
do
his head.
notice. Well, you would notice that there's actually the furniture that was outside is now inside. At the very least, that the furniture's not all broken. That's just
they moved
something.
it inside.
Yeah, you don't need to be paying attention to it, but you notice it.
Actually, I just realized I don't know why I went inside because the stairs are outside of the building.
Yep. So you climb back out the window.
Climb out the window, go up the stairs, and I'm just gonna leave like my crossbow and honestly most of my stuff in my room.
Come to think, it's probably not a good
Sound
idea
alarm.
that you left the window open when you left the manor.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
I
guys installed the
realized it
door and
was
just
open.
completely forgot to shut the window.
I didn't even realize it was still open.
We're gonna chalk that one up to a force of habit. Because
I was
remember, the only
specifically
way that
waiting
it's
to
gonna
see if they
close
could-
is if Mara uses thaumaturgy on it.
Right.
I was gonna say I was specifically waiting to see if he closed it because I wanted Victorian to go through the window again.
And then back out the window and upstairs. Alright, so
Yep.
you go to your
Um,
room, which is still just a broken master bed, a table, and a couple of chairs.
Yeah, and he's
And,
probably
like,
just
well,
gonna
piece
kind
of
of unload
furniture.
his stuff. Pretty much unload anything he doesn't need, so I would say everything except his. Well, the spell book. Hit the spell book he actively uses.
His
The one he
spellbook.
the one he just created.
Okay, his spellbook, the spare
Um,
spellbook.
Yep, and just in case he will bring. I'm trying to think here. Just in case he'll bring a dagger with him.
A wooden dagger?
No, the dagger Uli
Oh.
bought him on day one.
Oh, okay. I thought you said a wooden dagger. I'm like, where the hell are you gonna find a wooden dagger?
Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna sit there and take one of the broken chairs and carve a dagger real quick. Oh no.
With the first pass, it just snap.
Yeah, he's gonna take the dagger, the 2 spell books, and I think. Yeah, I think that's all he needs. Just in case this goes horribly, horribly wrong, he wants to leave everything in a safe spot, including his gold and his silver and all that.
All right. So you bring your spellbook, the copied spellbook, and a dagger.
Yep.
And
then
I
he's-
assume you head out to the magic shop.
I'm heading back to the hotel until it comes dark.
Of course.
Enough
drop
for
off your
teams.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head to the inn and wait out the night.
And I'm kind of glad they weren't there because I forgot to unchains.
Yeah. You were still in the rando dude form. Mara, you
The
return.
innkeeper must be so confused.
Yeah. So confused. Just like, I don't remember. What? Mara, you return with a full belly. And
Mhm.
do you go just straight upstairs or do you go back into the tavern?
Do I notice the window on my way up? Because I do want to close
Yes,
that.
the window is on the way to the stairs.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh.
Yeah,
Shit.
Wave your hand.
We gotta fix that. I should start making a list.
You do notice before you close the window, there's the smell of cooking food.
I suppose I'll head in and investigate.
You head in, and behind the counter, you can see into the kitchen. Uli is making food.
Hey,
Uh,
what you doing?
He sort of slowly turns to you.
I'm painting a mural.
Looks great.
Thank you, I worked hard on it.
Turns back.
Just like looking at him like, wow, damn, dude. What's like, is there something bugging you?
No? Making food.
Like, I don't know how to react to that, honestly.
I I mean, you did ask a stupid question. Hey, what you doing? He's standing there in the kitchen in front of a skillet, just cooking stuff.
Like, all right, well.
Pours the food onto a plate. See, it's not. Uli's not a cook, but it's definitely food.
Right.
And actually, he takes a fork, stabs it into a piece, brings it up to his mouth, puts it in his mouth, and it's like he freezes in place.
Oh no. You okay?
Uh-huh. Sort of slowly withdraws the fork. So
Maybe I should have brought home leftovers.
sort of like not wanting to admit to himself, sort of holds out the plate to you. Want some?
I'm good. Actually, I just I just ate.
He like doesn't even hold eye contact with you. He just do it yourself. Brings it back to himself and just like.
Oh no.
It's strange because what you saw him cooking was definitely meat. But as you see his jaw move, you can hear crunching. And with every crunch, like the expression turns a little more sour.
That doesn't sound healthy.
No, right. I mean, it's good for muscle. You should have some. Be stronger.
I'll pass. Thanks though.
You hear him mutter
Right.
something about skin and bones, but it's like the entire time he hasn't even looked you in the face. He's just like staring off in the middle distance like, dear God, what have I done? It's like, it's almost like he's saying it less to you and more to himself.
It's just I just regret in that moment not bringing back something for him.
To be transparent, I rolled an intelligence check because I figured what would be accurate for if he knew how to cook, because he doesn't have proficiency with chef's utensils. I rolled a 3, -3.
Ooh.
For 0.
Ooh.
It's like making a dish in The Sims that when your sim eats it, they die.
Oh no.
He's just sitting there like trying his best to let his pride outweigh it. Just like, this is fine. Yes, hello, I am cook.
I kind of want to go out and get him something. Because that's just painful.
So he stands there just the entire time, never moving from the spot, and just after about probably 5 minutes of chewing, swallows, and then fork down,
You want to
Another
go and
bite.
get something, buddy?
No, I'm fine. Just great. It's great.
I don't think you're gonna get any value out of that
No,
meal.
it's fine. It's fine. Spend money on it.
Yeah.
Sure you don't want some?
I'm good. I can always go and get you some.
No, it's fine.
Spare you from that spare you from that agony.
My cooking is great. You don't know what you're missing.
I'll take your word for it. You sure though? I can.
I'm sure.
Yes, I'll be right back.
Like, you sure though? I can.
No, I'm sure.
I can help you out.
It's fine.
All right. I mean, suit yourself, I guess.
It's great. It's really.
Still just absolutely
So, like-
regretting not
like,
bringing anything back.
Pound his fist against his chest a couple times.
It's flavorful.
You are not enjoying that.
You've absolutely had nothing like it.
I believe it. I guarantee you're not enjoying that. I can,
Do not shame my cooking.
okay. It just kind of backs off a little bit. Just, oh. Leave you to your, feast.
Feast of Kings. He maintained eye contact long enough for you to tell you not to shame his cooking, and then immediately after, just middle distance. Feast of Kings.
I'm back.
Oh, this poor guy.
Mara, you leave Uli to his.
Are we killing
Nourishment.
Udi the one time
No,
Ryan can't
Uli
be
is
here?
killing
He's
himself
killing
with his cooking.
himself.
I don't know what.
Mara.
What does one roll for cooking check?
Like,
Intelligence.
Mara actually
probably.
offered to help this time.
He's proud. He's proud.
Like,
He's too proud to accept the help.
I'm tempted to go out and get something for him anyway, but he's probably gonna get pissed at that.
He's too proud to accept the help.
Can cooking
He's
be
like,
like
that's
survival
legitimately.
maybe?
Maybe.
It still would only.
Sorry, I'm
been
actually
Nate.
genuinely curious what it would be for cooking now.
It's a very good question. Like, if he actually had proficiency with cook's utensils, it'd be easier, but no. He's good at playing dice and driving a carriage.
Note to self, get a carrot for Udi.
Eh. So,
He's our designated driver.
yeah. Which works, because you run a tavern.
Aha.
I feel like we're gonna struggle to keep Udi from drinking on the job.
Oh, totally. We don't guarantee safety. We're just trying to help out.
Yeah, we don't guarantee safety. We advise it. We advocate it. We don't practice it.
I mean, you know,
So,
we try.
Mara, you leave Uli to his devices. Do you just go upstairs and hunker down for the night?
Yeah, pretty much. Just kind of like, all right, buddy. I'll just. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
I'll I'll see you in the morning.
Right.
Alright.
I genuinely feel bad for him.
Uli's most human moment. It wasn't even Ryan.
The
So.
poor guy.
Victorin, you
Okay.
hunker down in your room until nightfall.
Right before, but I think shops are, kind of gonna close. I'm just gonna kind of make my way to the trade ward.
All right. You are
Just
in
kind
the
of
trade
acting-
ward, I believe.
Yeah, I'm staying in trade ward.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm just gonna, make it look like, I'm just kind of walking around waiting for the shop. Actually, before I do that, do I have maybe just like a little bit of ink left to maybe write a note in the spell book I just bought?
How long a note?
Just kind of something confessing to the crime that it was the person that I'm pretending to be. Just like you fool, I knew magic all along, or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I'd say you got enough.
Alright, yeah, I'm just
Have a short
put
little
something
"Ha-ha,
along
it was
that
me."
line. Yeah. Put something along that line in the book, and then I'll go down to the trade area, just kind of pretend to walk around, waiting for the shop, kind of waiting for it to clear out and stop people to go home.
Alrighty.
Specifically watching the magic shop owner when they leave. I want to see if, if they kind of left the gold in there, if they're maybe taking it to deposit it somewhere or something. Because I don't remember from last time if they did or not.
Make a perception check.
I'm on the right character, right? I feel like that's not what it. Yeah, okay. Apparently,
10?
it's not as good as I remember it being.
Hard to tell. Most people carry gold, like on a little pouch on their sides. But when the proprietor of the magic shop goes home, he has this very long, billowy robe that sort of reaches halfway down his calves, and it sort of obscures anything that might be tied to his belt, so it's kind of hard to tell whether he has gold on him or not.
Alright, and do I remember essentially how long it took him last time to get the guards and get
Make an intelligence check.
back?
Natural
Nope.
1. You remember being very panicky and very scared, and that you need to find somewhere other than that tiny little crevice to shove yourself into if things go south. You don't remember how long it takes. You actually get sort of caught up for a second thinking about just like, where else would I hide if I got caught? And you sort of start to look around a little bit at all the different alleys between the buildings before you snap back to it. It's like, hold on, what? No, what? That's not what I'm here for. Not important right now.
Okay, well, once
Natural
the
one.
shop, kind of when the shopkeeper leaves, I think he's just gonna sit down by the shop, kind of open the spellbook he just bought.
Alright, there's no benches, so you just sort of sit down on the side of the road.
Yeah, wherever he sat down last time out. Yeah, it's gonna kind of just sit down, kind of flick through the spellbook, pretend like he's maybe trying to describe the spell that's in it or something.
Alright. Go ahead and make a performance check. Ooh. 11. Okay.
Why can I not roll? Minny, what did
What's
you
your
do to
passive
me?
perception
I did
again?
nothing. I did nothing of the sort.
Victorin, what's your passive perception again?
I don't know. Where do I find that?
It is your perception
the
bonus
left side.
plus 10.
Oh,
If you got like a,
substance 2, so 12.
okay. Carry on.
Great.
It's nothing. Carry on.
I have to pretend like it's nothing too. Great. Okay, well, trying to do this quick anyway. About 20 minutes after they leave.
I want to also make it clear you're still in the disguise of the random guy, yeah.
Oh, I am well, yeah. Yep. About 20 minutes after they leave, we're going to cast Unseen Servant.
So you're sitting there for about 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Same thing twice. Okay. You're casting Unseen Servant.
And just, did I, when I was in there, when I handed them the money, did I see where they may have stored it?
The money?
Yeah.
You saw it was somewhere under the counter.
It's under the counter. Alright, so I'm gonna cast Unseen Servant.
I do believe the last time you had them go to the back, they took the money with them into the back. But this time specifically, you saw them stored under the counter until you had left.
But, okay. So actually what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna take the spellbook that I just bought.
Yep.
And I want to kind of hide it by the store somewhere, but kind of hide it in a way where it looks like it may have fell out of my pocket or something.
All right.
I don't know what's around. I don't remember what's around to kind of know where to put it.
Go ahead and...
Maybe even like a store down or two. I don't know.
Yeah. Matter of fact, hold on. Yeah, I'd say you can find somewhere that's... You find somewhere that it looks like it could have just dropped out of your pocket as you were going somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it there, and then I'll
walking away from the store.
Yeah. And then I'll cast Unseen Servant and have them. Do I need to roll anything for Unseen Servant?
Nope. You just cast it.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna cast it. No, there it is. Yep, cast Unseen Servant. Have them unlock the door from.
It looks like you can only cast Unseen Servant as a ritual.
What does that mean? What
That
was I supposed?
That means over the course of 10 minutes, you can set up a ritual to summon an Unseen Servant. You would also know, being a wizard, that's not a very inconspicuous thing to do in the middle of the road.
Can it be done in the Riddle Alley? Right. Or is that too
There's not
tight?
nearly enough room in that alleyway.
Rip.
So what does that? Does it have to be? The ritual have to be done where the Unseen Servant's being casted, or could I have done it, say, like in the hotel room?
If you manage to get from the hotel room to the store and execute your plan within an hour, yes, you could.
Okay, so and I could control it from the hotel room, right?
No, if it moves any more than 60 feet away from you, the spell ends. You have to be at least within 60 feet of it.
Oh, so I can't summon it inside the shop from the hotel room?
No.
I don't even know how. I should have done a little more research on Unseen Servant.
I'm looking at it right now. Spell
It
creates an
can it
invisible, mindless
go
shape with medium force,
through
perform simple tasks at your
walls?
command. No, it cannot. It can't be touched, but it's still bound by like physical barriers. It can perform simple tasks. Performs the task to the best of its ability until it completes it, then waits for the next command. Can only move or perform a task within 60 feet of you, or else the spell ends. Has an AC of 10, 1 hit point, strength 2. It can't attack. Draws 0 hit points, the spell ends. Each one of your turns is a bonus action. You can command it to move up to 15 feet and interact with an object. So, it's about half the speed that you are. So that means if it were to take, say, 15 minutes for you to get from your hotel room to the shop, it would take the Unseen Servant 30 minutes to get from the hotel room to the shop. So that would also take 30 minutes for you because you have to stay within 60 feet.
All right, well, let's, I guess, make a perception check around the area, see who's around.
All right. Go ahead.
I forgot the order.
R1d20. Yep. Simple mistake. 14. There's very few customers that are still coming through here. There's a couple of shops that are just starting to close down, a couple of shop owners, and a few guards.
Well,
A few city watch. You can tell there's more city watch than there were the first time. You figure that's probably because of your failed quote-unquote break-in.
did not realize that Unseen Servant did a ritual thing.
I didn't either. I don't know why you.
I was gonna say the only reason I even did this was because it's like, oh, I could go in and unlock the door.
On the bright side, because it's a ritual, you don't use a spell slot. You could also use a servant for cleaning up the manor too.
Ooh, that's handy.
I don't know because of the guard.
Would you like to try and find somewhere else to cast the ritual?
I'm gonna have to. I need to try to find somewhere where it could be casted, where the servant could be inside the shop. Because I need it to unlock the door. Because that's the only hurdle I ran into last time.
So are you just looking for somewhere in front of the shop to do it?
Yeah, maybe, like, I don't know if there's an alleyway in the back of the shop, because I was in the side before. Yeah, I'll check the back, see if there's a large enough area.
And squeeze through that tiny little alley?
Yep.
With your dexterity, it's easy enough. You manage to squeeze your way through the little alley, and as you emerge back out into a somewhat larger alley that sort of runs behind the buildings, or in between them, there's no one around.
Is it large enough to do the ritual first off?
Yes.
Is there a back door to the magic shop?
No.
Okay, that's fine. We'll try it. We're going to, I guess, chains into the shop owner.
All right.
Do the ritual.
Alrighty. And where are you summoning the servant?
I want to summon it inside the shop. Kind of towards, maybe behind the counter. If I can have that much control.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say it could be behind the counter. Yeah.
It's probably the most kind of secluded spot that I have seen. I don't know if it has to be a spot that I've seen or not.
Nope, I was just looking into that. The servant springs into existence in an unoccupied space on the ground within range. You don't have to see it.
Um. You know, we're gonna try something in that back room then.
Try something in the back room.
Yeah, you said the shop owner went into a back room with some of the gold last time.
All right. So you're gonna
You did
summon
say
in the
that,
back
right?
room? Yep.
All right. Yep. I'm gonna try summoning it back there.
All right. You summon it into the back room, and it awaits your order.
First thing I'm gonna do is just have it look around, see if it finds gold, anything like that.
I will state, the servant can't communicate with you.
Right. So okay.
It is invisible, mindless, and shapeless. It has no means of communicating with you,
Yeah.
so it can't tell you if it.
It's
finds
going
anything.
to just open the door then, and I'll squeeze back through to the front.
So you're gonna squeeze back through to the front. You're gonna tell it to
Yep.
unlock the door.
Yes. And then as
Alright.
quickly as I can, I'm gonna jump the counter and see if I can find that bag
You
of
are
holding.
dressed like the shop owner.
Okay, not jump the counter, but go around or whatever.
So you open the door.
Go to the counter and see if I can find that bag of holding.
You open the door. Go behind the counter. The bag of holding is sitting under the counter.
Gonna grab that, and at the same time, I'm telling the unseen servant to go see if I can find gold or something in the back room.
All right. It goes in the back
And
room.
I'm gonna look around the counter for any gold.
There is no gold under the counter. After a couple of seconds, the unseen servant returns with a small bag.
Alright, I'm
It's on
gonna
the counter.
start heading out of the shop, or I'm heading out just kind of.
As you
grabbing
begin to head
random-
out of the shop, a guard comes. Hold it. Oh,
Hey, I forgot I had a date delivery I had to make.
sort of gives you a look like. Make a deception check with advantage because you look like him. That's R2D20KH1 plus deception.
KH1 plus, what is my deception? It is. There we go.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm just going to walk out of the store with the bag of holding and the gold that was found.
Alright.
And yeah,
Walk off.
that's about all I'm gonna do.
After you turn a corner, you hear some shouting in the distance.
Now, probably when I'm
Followed by footsteps.
after I turn the corner, I'm gonna change back to Victorian. And is the bag of holding kind of small enough that I can hide it in a pocket or something in my jacket, in my coat?
I'd say you can try and tuck it away in your coat. It's
Yeah, I'm
sort
gonna
of
do that.
kind of. It's kind of. It's like purse sized, basically.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of tuck it away and yeah,
Tuck it away and
Keep
make it
walking.
back to the inn. Congratulations, you finally robbed the magic store.
there we go.
5 episodes in the
Hallelujah.
making.
And at the end, I'm gonna dump out that bag of coin that my unseen servant supposedly found.
Alright. Within it, you find 150 gold.
There we go. The investment was worth it. Yeah, and I'm just gonna sleep a good night.
All right, you bed down for the night. That everyone goes to sleep, restores any things you need to restore, and wakes to a new day.
Hmm.
So, Mara, what do you do to start the day?
What time was I supposed to meet, what's his name?
Devil?
Yeah.
You were supposed to meet in, quote, the usual spot at around midday.
Okay.
You know that means a certain hideout within the dock ward.
Right. Okay. And I assume I've got plenty of time, before that.
Yeah, you got plenty of time.
Alright, I guess at that point, I'll just kind of get up and start taking note of all the things that need to get fixed up around the place. That way, when I go to, either back to the, what was it, the bent
bent
nail or
nail?
something?
Yep.
Yeah. Or any other place, I'll have like a list of things and I can just kind of, do more things at once.
All right. You begin to take down the various things, not the least of which being that there's next to no furniture upstairs. The floors need work. The fact that all the windows are stuck. The frankly abysmal state of the facilities. As well as the fact that there is only one bed that is in semi-operable condition.
Mm-hmm.
And the various things that are needed for the tavern, such as casks and drinkware, etc. And then where do you go? Head down to the tavern, go somewhere else?
I suppose I'll see what's going on in the tavern, at
Right.
least for the moment.
You get down there and you smell food yet again.
Is it good food?
I mean, it smells like food.
Right.
It's a little hard to tell whether it's good or bad food just from the smell. It definitely smells like food. Makes you a little hungry.
Mm.
Victorian's probably on his way to the tavern as well,
Alrighty.
once he wakes up.
So I guess I just
Yeah,
head
you all
on in
wake
there.
around at the same time. Alright. You
Te-
go back to the kitchen and you see Uli cooking.
Smells like breakfast.
And you look over and he has actually made pancakes and bacon.
Ooh.
I told you not to doubt me.
I wasn't doubting you, I was doubting your food last night.
And he hands you a plate with pancakes and bacon.
Don't doubt my cooking.
Alright, well, thanks. I just...
You can see he does have 3 plates. He's put food onto the first one and given it to you.
Right. You think he's coming back today?
Don't know. He's gonna do his own thing. He knows this place is his responsibility too.
Sure.
So, if he's got any brains in that head of his, he's gonna come back to take care of it. Same as us. We've all got other shit to attend to. But this is an investment. One I'm hoping will pay off.
Speaking of shit, I got somewhere to be later, so I'm gonna have to bail.
You're not the only one.
Fair.
You better come back too.
I will.
Victorin, I'd say a couple minutes later, you come in and you smell food. You hear
they both-
Mara and Uli
yeah.
talking.
I'm gonna go back upstairs first thing.
Okay. You go.
Kind of just get my stuff back.
Grab your shit.
Just grab my stuff. And then I guess I'll go downstairs and I'm gonna knock on the window.
What?
How was that?
I guess I'll just kind of look over.
You see Victorin at the window, just knocking on it.
I just point toward the door.
I'm assuming they locked the door for the night.
Well,
Yeah, but
so
I-
they'd
Which is why
have to
I'm knocking
come
on the
in
window.
through the front door.
I mean, I didn't know where they stayed.
Yeah, they stay upstairs in the manor. And they are down in the tavern.
Yeah, I see it. It's a nice door.
Come in through it.
Very hesitantly, you walk through the door.
You walk through the door. You sort of have a bit of trepidation as you reach for the handle, and it's like, this isn't gonna work. And you're like, huh? How about that? Just walk in.
Good door, huh?
You know, I really like the window. It made this place feel unique.
Yeah, we gotta fix those.
Now we just feel like normal people who go through doors. I don't like it.
Yeah, well, how's this for normal?
He plonks down a plate of pancakes and bacon. And goes back to prepare his own.
Victorian does not trust it. It's just kind of looking at it like, it
I think I will
looks
finally-
normal, but I'm not sure.
I think I will finally take a bite.
Alright, take a bite.
And see.
Surprisingly good. He rolled an 18 minus 3.
Huh. Alright. So I just kind of look over at Victorin. That ain't bad, actually.
Mara begins to choke.
I'm gonna say he's still quite hesitant just based on the last interaction he had with him.
And I
He
just kind
comes
of look
out
over.
with his own plate of pancakes and bacon, plonks it down on the bar, and begins to eat.
I
What?
just kind of look.
I ain't poisoning it or anything.
Yeah, it's actually. It's not too bad.
Listen, guys, I wouldn't be here if I didn't need help gathering some information.
Don't think any of us would be here if we didn't need information. You're right,
I mean-
V. We're not friends. But we do need each other. Much as it pains me to say that.
Just say right now, once I get what I need, I'm heading back out. I just need to know if you guys know anything about a certain group of people.
Which ones?
I went to visit our friend Never Ember to ask why the Mind Flayer wanted Frumpkin so bad.
Oh yeah, that thing.
Maybe you just
Forgot
wanted a
about it.
plaything.
Well, it turns out Never Ember's father may have hidden a nice supply of gold somewhere
And
in
you
the
see
city.
Uli just, his eyes immediately dart to you, and you have his attention.
Gold, you say? How much?
Enough that a mind flayer wants it.
Well, how about that? I think you're onto something, V.
All I need to know is if any of you guys know about a group called the Zents. It appears that they stole an item that will lead me to this treasure.
I heard about him in passing, not much.
I just kind of stay quiet for a little bit and just keep listening to what he's got to say.
Way I heard, spies, mercenaries, sell swords, my kind of people. Other than that, not much.
You know anything more?
Suppose it depends.
Depends on.
I do know that them and the Xanathars Guild are generally not gotten along.
To be fair,
That's why I believe they have the item I need. I don't know what you just said.
He said, to be fair, we don't get along with them either.
Ah.
I mean, that's not wrong.
Udi, next time you talk, maybe make sure you don't have a mouthful of food.
Next time you talk, make sure you do.
Maya, do you have anything that's gonna help me?
She's got her own pancakes.
And now she has mine, and he pushes his towards Moira.
Okay.
Thanks, I get. Doing something.
I'm not gonna
nice.
argue with extra pancakes. I just slide them onto my plate.
So I'm 100% doing it to try to insult Udi as well. Anyway, you were saying, Moira?
But yeah, no, I got nothing at the moment.
Great. Well, that's all I need. Guess it's time to head out again and see what I can figure out.
Although, sounds
What now?
interesting enough. I suppose I could help out in finding some info for you.
Certainly got my attention.
Well, this backfired very quickly.
How so? If you're going after a fortune, you're gonna need some fortune hunters.
Yeah, the idea was I would have a fortune.
Think of it
Hey,
this
man,
way, V.
This
And he
place is
puts a hand
costing a
on your
fortune.
Yeah. He puts a hand on your shoulder.
How do you think you're gonna carry that much gold?
Figure it out. I always do.
You need someone in the background to potentially bail you out.
While he's saying that, he's kind of fidgeting to hide the bag of holding. Which I need to add to my inventory.
Since you have it on you, make a sleight of hand check. You're fine.
Instead of...
Nope.
Ah, I keep
That's-
forgetting you are.
Yep. Oh no, his perception. No. His perception's not bad. Not great, but it's not bad. It's not good enough for that.
Well, then I suppose it's a race against us now, isn't it?
Would appear so.
Something to do.
As if we didn't have enough. I've still got a
So-
fucking bounty.
Good for you.
So-
I-
He sort of looks over to you, Victoria, with like a kind of a snarly grin. She's like,
Wonder if they'd still accept it if I brought you in.
Your bounty is changing or something?
Or something.
Ooh.
I'm not changing it into anything for you. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, like you'd ever be that cooperative.
Correct.
a mouthful of pancake.
Well, if I'm not gonna get any help, not gonna get any information here, I better be on my way.
Uli just gives a finger over the shoulder.
And he's gonna unfortunately walk out the door, and while he's walking out the door, yell, "Fix the freaking window!"
Use the door.
Go for yourself, asshole.
And Victorian is
The record, he said, "Fix it
gone.
yourself, asshole."
Victorian hasn't understood a word Uli has said.
Uli's barely understood a word Uli has said. Alrighty. So with that, breakfast gets finished. You three all go about your separate business. Now, I'm going to have a one-on-one session with Ryan at some point to discuss what Uli is doing.
Mm-hmm.
But for now... Oh,
Oh dear.
there goes Tekkit. I was going to ask which one of you wanted to go first, but I think that choice has been made for me. Oh,
I mean,
hey, Tekkit.
I'm.
I was going to ask which one of you wanted to go first.
No, you're like, but for now, and then my internet's like, nope, yes, nope,
Nope.
yes, nope.
Who wants to go first? Their own stuff.
I guess I could go.
Because I feel like this is the start of Victorian's side quest stuff. And this is the start of Mara's side quest stuff.
Yes, I think everyone has their meetings today.
Pretty much, yeah.
So who wants to go first?
I'm good either way, to be honest.
Alright, we're gonna start with Mara first. And I will say this to Tekkit, because I already said it to Minny, and Minny said that she doesn't really care. We can either have the meeting stuff in private, or we can like we can do a one-on-one in whispers, or we can just stay in general. So whichever way you prefer. Because I know you specifically
Yeah.
want to do stuff on stream.
I think I would prefer whispers just
Alright.
because it does help with the metagaming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's a fair
So-
point.
We're gonna start with Mara then. So we can keep in general here. So, Mara, you head off to the specified place in the dock ward to go meet Davil Starsong.
Mm-hmm.
You've been to the place a couple times before, not too many. And of course it does say where on the note.
Right.
It's a rather unassuming house. You go in, looks abandoned for all intents and purposes. Raise up a rug, find the trapdoor below it, and descend down into one of the many hideouts of the Zentarim. And inside, I can remember which one of these things I had to have up. you see 3 members. Of course, there is Davil Starsong, the primary contact in the Black Network, who is also, if I can find the right thing that I need here. All of my stuff is everywhere. Yes, you find Davil Starsong, who is the Master of Opportunities and Negotiations.
Right.
You see Tashlin Yafira, who is the Master of Arms and Mercenaries. You see Schemo Weirdbottle, who is the Master of Magic. And they seem to be talking about something or other. And Davil notices
that
you
name,
enter.
honestly.
Schemo Weirdbottle? Yeah.
Yeah. I love it a lot.
Yeah, and you see Davil notices when you enter. Ah, Mara, come in.
Hey.
Promising new recruit. So,
Debatable.
well, from your current exploits, I'd say that you hold more promise than you may have anticipated. Going at odds with the Xanathar's Guild, rescuing Rainier Neverember and Flume Blackmar, old prostitute.
News travels pretty fast. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Especially within the Black Network.
That's fair.
It's our business to know everything. Business is booming. But how fare your exploits? With all this, I'm sure you've made some headway.
Not as much as you'd think. Kind of tough to find info when you're trekking through a sewer.
Well, to be fair, one of the people you saved was a noble.
Yeah, didn't have much of a chance to talk to him just yet.
No time like the present, eh?
Yeah, I'll have to...
You
I'll
don't
have to
have
do
to
that.
leave immediately. I'm simply
No,
saying
but
it can be done soon.
Yeah.
If
No,
we
I
need to
will-
wait a little while longer for results, that's perfectly fine. I know you're up to the task.
I'm working on it. There's been a lot of other stuff happening, and it's just kind of been...
You'll get through it. I'm sure of it. That's the Chiron in you.
Sure.
Never let anything get him down. Right until the very end. Man was a goddamn force of nature. Something of beauty. But I'm prattling. I called you here for 2 reasons. One was to check up on your progress, and the other was to get you acquainted with someone. And sort of gives a short nod over your shoulder. You turn and see. Mom, that's what they look like. Doesn't say what they look like. That's bullshit. You see a rather large half-orc man with a very stern look on his face, and he sort of just casts his eyes down toward you. You two haven't met yet. This is Iraj the Hunter, our master of assassination. He sort of gives a slow nod. This man is a goddamn terror on the battlefield. No better ally I could find.
I just kind of look him over. It's like, you know what? I don't doubt it.
I figured you might be able to learn a thing or two from him. I heard you picked up a lot of Chiron's old traits. Ziraj can help you sharpen them. After all, a blade is only as good as its edge.
Suppose I could take you up on that.
Glad to hear it.
Given what has been happening lately, could stand to improve a little bit.
Well, call it fortune then. There have been rumors going around, you know. All these goings-on being the stirrings of something greater.
Heard a couple rumors myself about some sort of treasure.
Yes. No doubt it's Manshun's folly. Him and the old blood. Nothing to stop. They wish to buy their way into nobility. They don't realize that makes them no better than them. Purchase of power is not what we're after, Mara.
Right.
We seek the real power. And there is no greater power than knowledge. Which is where you come in.
I'll have to work on that.
You already have a foothold. All you need to do is pull yourself up. Maybe a little time with Ziraj. You'll be able to do just that.
Well, I guess there's no other way to find out.
I look forward to hearing more of your victories. I'm sure you'll do both me and your father proud. High hopes for you.
I mean, thanks. I just don't know if I'll be able to live up to him, but I'll do what I can.
No one can live up to anything, Mara. We make our own way. And it is separate from everything else. To live in a shadow is to stay in a shadow. What we do is become a shadow.
Guess that's something to think about.
Indeed it is. To our next meeting. And he raises a glass, and the others follow suit. And Ziraj sort of steps aside to let you out.
All right.
As you walk past, it's over to you.
Where can I find you?
been staying at the Trollskull Manor with a couple others.
I know it. You'll see me soon.
All right.
Gives a short nod. And away you get. Now, gonna hop down into Whispers with Tekkit for Victorian's deal.
Alrighty then.
Be back up momentarily.
Hmm?
All right.
All right. Victorian, what will you do?
I am going to head to this new meeting place that I would know of due to the note.
Alrighty. It's not a particularly surprising meeting place. You know this place. It's his shop. The Suede Deal in the Trades Ward.
Okay. Can I see the magic shop from here?
You cannot.
Okay.
I think it's around the corner from the magic shop. Not far, but it's not visible.
All right.
You head in.
I will make my way in. Yeah.
Right, and behind the counter, you see the familiar old visage of Valar, who looks up.
Ah, good to see you again, friend.
Really, it's been a week since we were supposed to meet.
Sorry about that. Things have been kind of crazy around here. A lot of
Well,
orders.
Well,
Heard there
you
was some
wouldn't be you if you were
strangeness.
late.
Well, I kind of live on my time.
Setting records with this one.
It's a warm smile. It's good to see you too, Victorian.
Well, fortunately, I am pressed for time.
How so? Going somewhere?
You know what I'm here for. You know what I need.
Draw the
What have you
blinds.
found out?
And sort of motions over to the blinds on either window at the front of at the front of the shop.
Go and close them.
All right, close them.
I haven't heard much business about another changeling in town yet. Very least I haven't seen anything.
Man, the office said I might have been here.
Well, it's not all good news. There's
What does that
someone
mean?
asking around about a changeling. Someone other than you.
Is there any sort of description on this changing?
I don't even know it's a changeling. Seems to be one person that looks like a bunch of people. But could just be a bunch of people. I just figure there ain't a lot of folk looking for a changeling these days. Say for you.
No, there is not.
And this one ain't looking for one with blue hair.
Not many blue hair changelings out there.
Nope. This one's looking for one with green.
Kind of pulls his hair in front of his eyes. Green.
Yep.
no one said nothing yet. There may be no honor among thieves, but that's only 'cause respect gets you farther.
What do you know about this guy?
Not much. They've been going through a lot of the same channels you did back in the day. Asking a lot of the same questions to a lot of the same people.
You don't have a description or anything for me?
A lot of different people. Always
Fair.
Always looks like a younger lady. But it's always a little fuzzy beyond that. Sometimes she's pale, sometimes she's dark, sometimes she's tall, sometimes she's short. Sometimes she's not a she, but it's just a guy that's kind of pretty.
So someone who can also change.
Or a bunch of people that all kind of look alike. I'm telling you what I got.
So we're dealing with someone who either is magical and can change, or a changing, or a bunch of people who are looking for me. Or someone with
Sounds
green hair.
about right. They're looking for a changeling.
Then maybe I shouldn't be a changing.
As good a plan as I've ever heard. Maybe it's got something to do with all this business you've been doing with the Xanathar Guild.
Okay, I need those two. If it wasn't for that, I would not be around him at all. You know I can't do what needs to be done. Not alone, at least.
We all need help sometimes, Victorian. Ain't no shame in it.
Need to keep my attention now. Thanks for the advice. For what it's worth.
Of course. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. Where can I get ya?
Just follow the crime.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Is that a new bag you got there?
It might be.
Awful pretty. I'm sure they're missing it. And sort of saying that with a smile.
I'm sure they are.
Don't get caught out there. It's gonna be real
You know I'm
hard
better
for me
than
to
that.
explain. Yeah, you are. So, you might want to do something about, he sort of waves a hand over his face. At least for now. Till we find out who this mystery girl is. Or girls. Otherwise, you're gonna be the real popular guy.
Appears so. Question DM real quick.
Yep.
When I use my changing ability, does it have to be someone I've seen before?
Good question. You can't duplicate the appearance of a creature you've never seen. So you can't, like, if you've never seen a Vidalcan, you can't look like a Vidalcan. Other than that, as long
but
as
say
you
like
are,
I've seen Maya, so I could do like some
you could be a tiefling.
like tiefling. Okay.
You could be any kind of like a person from any race that you have seen a member or few of. So long as you have an idea that like this is possible within this race, you can look like it.
Okay.
With some, it's a little sketchier than others, like tieflings. It's a little like your horns are probably going to look like someone else's. But, you know. You can make it so you're not a carbon copy of someone else.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just, I guess, set a piece of gold on the counter. Say, thanks for the advice.
Of course.
For
And if you need any leather work, just come on by. It'd be nice to talk to you outside of the Cloak and Dagger.
maybe one day, once this is all over.
I look forward to it.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and leave.
Alrighty. Go ahead and exit the Sway deal. We're gonna go back up to General. If
Alright.
that's all you got.
Yeah.
Alright. And we return.
All right.
No.
So, Mara, Victorin, you have completed your separate quests. I'll go over Uli about the specifics of his as well.
Right on.
What would you like to do?
I'm gonna head back to the tavern.
Alright, you head back to the Trollskull Tavern. Which I'm just gonna call it that to not mistake it for the manor. Though you
Yeah.
can give it a name. You lot can name it.
Ooh, we'll have to think about that one.
Especially good for when it actually gets up and running.
Yeah.
So you head back to the tavern. Anything specific you want to do?
Yeah, is there a bookstore or something somewhere around?
In Trollskull Alley.
Since he wants on his way back to try to find a book that kind of helps him learn about different races.
Let me see here. There is a bookstore. Go ahead and look around Trollskull Alley for a bit. You find a rather nice looking bookstore with a charming sign of gold dragon around a treasure hoard of books and scrolls. Head
I
inside.
will go on in.
Shop is decorated with beautiful hardwood, and the earthy scent of old books permeates the air. It's 2 floors of a 3-story building, just full of books. Seems to contain more shelves than the building should really be able to hold. And you see a short gold dragonborn behind the counter. Who greets you as you enter. Welcome to the Bookworm's Treasure.
It's been a long time since I've seen the Dragonborn around.
Not too common these days.
Oh, I am in need of a book. Honestly, it's been a while since I've been around people, and there's just all these different types. I just met this tiefling and lion looking dude. I didn't even know
Tieflings are
lions
pretty
can.
common. Lions, that's different.
I didn't even know lions could be sentient.
Neither did I.
And I'm
Sounds
wondering
interesting.
if you could if there's a book that maybe talks about some of these races and stuff. 'Cause I don't, I don't want to be caught off guard.
Let me see. And he goes over to one of the shelves, wheels over a ladder, and climbs up a bit, thumbs through a couple of books, and then finds one, pulls it down, brings it to the counter. This book has a short history of many kinds of different races, from humans to elves to dwarves and tieflings. No lions, but most common varieties are in here,
How
as
would
well
you
as
not say?
a few uncommon ones.
How do I see? How much are you charging for it?
Ah. 6 silver.
You have a deal.
Very well. Shakes your
I'm
hand.
gonna hand him a gold because I don't have.
He hands you 4 silver. Now you look like the arcane sort. Am I wrong?
I dabble with it here and there.
We also have scrolls, if you're so inclined.
I will definitely keep that in mind.
Of course. Not too expensive either.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll probably be back.
We're always here.
This looks like a good place to find information on pretty much anything I need.
By all means. We've many a treasure to be found within our walls.
Thanks for the help, and
Of course.
I'm sure I'll be back at some point.
And
I'm gonna-
you lot take care of that tavern over there, eh? He sort of smiles knowingly.
You know we own the tavern?
It's a small alley, friend. We all know each other.
We haven't even been there that long. Okay. Good to know.
Good travels.
Going to leave again.
All right. You exit the bookworm's treasure.
Yeah, he's gonna head to the tavern, just probably head back up to his room and start reading.
All right. You head up to your room in the manor and begin to study on the races. Mara, what would you like to do after your meeting?
I want to head back toward the tavern as well, and partly to see if I can find Victorian on the way, and partly to see if I can arrange, more of those repairs that need to be done, and see if I can potentially order more or work on getting more furniture and stuff for the place.
Alrighty. You find a couple of different carpenters and various craftsmen. You relay to them the different things that are wrong with Trollskull Manor and the tavern below. Altogether, they can get the floors done, easy enough. They can get the windows fixed, easy enough. They can bring in some simple furniture for the manor. Again, not too bad.
Right.
And they can fix the facilities. All that together would be about 250 gold.
Dang it. Oh man. Okay.
Without the furniture to the manor, it would be about 150.
Ooh, I still don't have enough. Huh. Okay. what would I be able to get done with about 75 for now?
75. The windows will run you 30.
Okay.
The floors will run you 70. And the facilities will run you 50.
Okay, I guess I'll work on. I guess it'll be the windows and facilities for now then.
All right. So you talk to the applicable tradesmen. They will install new windows where they're needed and fix the old windows up so that they're not sticking and they can move freely. They will repair the facilities so that they are all in working order. Keep up the plumbing of it, as well as just generally clean everything up.
Right.
And that will run you a total of 80 gold.
All right.
And the work will begin tomorrow. All right, and
Awesome.
all right, you go ahead and pay the 80 gold.
Yep.
And you make your way back to the tavern. You do not meet Victorian along the way. And you notice that Uli hasn't returned either.
Huh.
You don't see Victorian because he's up in his room.
Right. Okay, I guess that begs the question, what do I want to do next? I guess at this point, I'll head back out since I'm not finding Victorian anywhere. And I'll see if I can find someone that might know, where I can find, what's his name? Rainer Neverember? He's the guy I gotta talk to, yeah?
Yeah, you don't know where he lives per se.
Yeah, I want to see if I can maybe find someone that might know or something, since I don't really have. Because I do know that Victorian did go see him, right?
Yeah, he did invite you to come see him, but he didn't give you a location.
No. I know that Victorian went to see him, yeah?
Did Victorian relay that information?
Yeah, I think I said I saw him.
Okay, and yeah, you know he went to
Yeah,
see him.
that's why I was looking for him, because if he knows, then I could try to get him to tell me.
Well, you also haven't checked upstairs. You've gone to the tavern. You notice that he isn't in there.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll head up and see if I can find him then.
All right. At this point, Victorian is in his room. He is reading a book. Victorian, you hear the door open as Mara is standing there.
Stay
Hey.
out for a minute.
Don't come in, I'm naked.
Just a minute. Close the door.
Good to see you too. And then I just sort of back up a little bit and
Close the door.
just say, all right, fine, jeez.
And then once he closes the door, it's just, yes, that one. That's what I'm going to do. And Victorian transforms into the likeness of the vault guy at the beginning of Fallout 4.
Okay, so fair skin, wavy blonde hair, and a
Yep.
winning smile.
Don't worry, I'll go buy the clothes in a minute.
You are the vault boy.
Yep. No, not the vault boy. The guy who's trying to convince you, the boy veteran, to buy the vault.
I'm sorry, say again?
The guy at the beginning of the game where you do like your what makes you special. The sales dude.
Oh, you're talking about like the No, that is the vault boy. In those little
Is it?
Yeah, in like the little cartoons that they do.
No, not the cartoons. When you start the game, the doorbell rings, you have to go to the door to...
Oh, the vault tech guy.
Yeah.
The vault tech rep. Yeah. So short brown hair, semi-tan skin. Okay. Medium build.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got you. I was thinking of the vault boy.
You could come in now.
And I open the door and I just like look at him like, whoa,
Yeah,
okay,
you
what?
see a human about medium height, medium build, lightly tanned skin, short brown hair.
Okay, what is happening?
This is me now.
Oh. I don't know how to react.
Yep. Turns out we're getting a lot more attention than I thought. I don't want it.
Oh.
You get more attention than I thought, so nah, not having it.
Apparently saving people makes you famous or something.
Figure
yeah,
that.
I noticed. Right. You're gonna have to bear with me because that is 100% messing with my head. Wow. Okay, now I just can't even. All right. Came here to bug you for a couple reasons.
No, and maybe.
Okay, rude.
No, and maybe.
So, just talked to a bunch of carpenter types and whatever. Got some people coming tomorrow to fix the windows and stuff. Kind of short on cash for the rest of the things though, so there is that. Also,
I paid for all that furniture that was outside.
yeah, I'm just
Go get Udi to help with some funds. He hasn't paid anything yet.
okay. Well, I mean, if I knew
Well, I mean, he
where he
did.
was, I'd...
Paid like 2 silver.
Like,
And
he
I don't
paid
know that.
$3.
No, he paid gold.
You don't know that yet.
Okay. I don't know that.
I'm just saying he did.
It's like, well, I mean, if I knew where he was
He
at,
also paid for
then,
like 5 gold worth of food.
But I also don't know, yeah.
Well, yeah, he gave you pancakes.
Sorry, I'm trying to speak as Victorian, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, Udi hasn't paid anything yet.
Yeah, so it's like, well, I mean, if I knew where he was, I would talk to him, just giving you a status report on where things are at. Also, more importantly, you went to see Rainier Neverember the other day, yeah?
I told you I did.
You sure
Right.
did, buddy.
You tell me where he's at? Kinda
Pull
need
out
to
the
talk
map.
to him about stuff.
See the big house?
Question, where did you have the map?
Oh, it's probably sitting in my room somewhere. Since I just kind of tossed everything in there.
Okay. I wanted to make sure it's not like, oh shit, I had it in my bag of holding. How am I gonna explain this one?
Yeah, it costed me 5 gold. No,
Yeah, they just
don't
like
go
me that
questing
much.
it. They ran out. They ran out. Don't go try buying one.
They
Also, the
ran
fact that he
out.
just stole 150 gold and he was like, I don't got money. Go talk to Uli,
Yeah.
who at the moment has 30 gold.
Oh, see, I just did a calculation
Yeah, I
to
have
see based
kind
on
of-
the remainder of what was told to me, and we need at least 170.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not lacking in gold. I'll say that much.
Hmm.
Victorian is doing well for himself, especially considering he just committed grand larceny.
It probably won't be the
Right.
last time.
Nope. It's weird that the thief is the wizard.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps.
I mean, Mara wasn't really meant to be a thief in general, so
Hey, just
um,
breaking the norm, breaking the norm.
sure. And the law.
Ah, funny because that's the song.
It is. Right. So, Rainier's place. Where's that at?
So I'm gonna lay down the map on the table. See the big house up here?
Okay.
Points to a house that's within the North Ward.
The estate, yeah. It's the biggest house in the area. You won't miss it. Just head to the North Road. Guarding the place.
That
Just
should be fun.
tell them you saved him from a warehouse and they'll let you in.
Should be an interesting time.
Who knows if they actually fact checked that when I did it.
Well,
I mean,
in meta, that's what he was doing. He was sending another guard in the house to go
figured,
talk to Rainier. Like, yeah, there's a guy with bright hair and pale skin here to see you. He says he saved you from a warehouse. Oh.
Actually, you
realize
know
the
what?
circus
And then he
was
rolls. Okay. Alright. He rolls up the map. I'll go with you. It might be good if he knows that I'm not a Changeling anymore, just in case I need him.
Okay.
Good that he
Why
knows
are
I'm
you
not
being
the
so helpful?
I have my
I'm
own
not-
reasons. He could be a powerful ally if I ever find myself in a bit of trouble.
You know what? I'm not gonna argue with that.
And since he knows that a Changeling saved his life, not a human, should probably relay the news.
Huh. Alright, well, let's go, Shifty.
I like that nickname. I like that nickname.
I've been waiting to
Want to make a stop at the yawning portal and get drinks and stand dangerously close to the portal for a minute?
Want to go
No,
have drinks
funny-
at the edge of the yawning portal for no reason whatsoever?
No, I'm good. Funny you should bring that up, though.
Why, is that where Uli went?
I don't know.
No, it's just funny. Maybe you had to be there. It's a cosmic sort of funny.
Right.
Sure.
So, this is gonna be an interesting day.
Oh, the has been.
Yeah, you know what?
Alright.
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Let's go.
It has to be that astronaut being like for leaving and Victorians just standing behind Mara staring at her. Always has been.
Huh.
Wait, this place was actually haunted? Always has been. Shoots her with a crossbow. Alright. So as you two make your way to the estate of Rainier Neverember, we're gonna call the session there because it's about 20 to midnight.
I am actually surprised that Victorian didn't question me on that.
Victorian is
You're bringing it back. You're bringing it back.
Victorian has other things on his mind at the moment.
Fair enough.
Victorian's got bigger demons to fight,
Mhm.
which is funny because Mara's a tiefling. Maybe a little racist, but
A
funny.
little bit.
But I feel like Victorian's probably racist, just going into a store and saying I need a book about races.
I don't think that's racist. I think it's the opposite. I think it's trying to be knowledgeable.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I mean, you did basically tell the
Now-
guy like, I'm
I
trying to
don't
learn
know.
about
In a
different
world where
things."
you say it's a cutter and you're called racist, I don't know.
Well,
This ain't that world, or that ain't this world.
now if you went into the bookstore and said, I need a book about why changelings are better than everyone else, that's racist.
I mean,
Man, I spent a lot of fucking money today.
That's a lot of money.
I
Just
spent
don't-
quite a bit and then immediately made it back.
Y'all fixing this place up, though. And Victorian stole a 2,500 gold bag of holding. I never knew they were that fucking much.
That's kind of
That's
intense.
expensive.
Well, here's the thing. In the campaigns I play, Ryan hates dealing with encumbrance weight. We all hate dealing with encumbrance weight. And so we usually take it upon ourselves that, like, we're members of the Adventurers Guild, and as members, we get bags of holding.
Fair enough.
Like, they're much more common in that world. But yeah, that was a good session. And I also just got some interesting news that a certain project set to go on the Unknown Empire channel soon has reached the final terminus. So any of you out there on the stream, look forward to that on the Unknown Empire YouTube channel. But thank you guys for joining us for D&E. Sorry it was a bit of a late start. This week was kind of weird. Hopefully next one won't be so sporadic.
Oh yeah, I had to talk to you guys about scheduling too.
All right,
Yeah, we could do it off stream, but
we will do that.
just before you guys leave.
And thank you to Adipose and Firestorm for being in the chat, as well as the bot, I think. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching, and we will see you in the next one.